On June 6, 2023, Crystal Candelario moved through her Cleveland house with a quiet, terrible purpose, knowing she had a flight to catch to the sun-drenched shores of Puerto Rico. But by the time she closed the door behind her and drove away, she had already sealed the fate of her 16-month-old daughter, Jalen, who was left alone in a pack-and-play pen inside their home. The baby's entire world was contained within those walls, and the promise of her mother's care, a trust that was about to be obliterated by one monstrous, unimaginable act of selfish desire. In a final, grotesquely inadequate provision for the 10 days she would be gone, Crystal placed just a few bottles of milk inside the playpen with her fragile child, leaving investigators with one question: how could a mother choose a temporary, carefree escape knowing it meant a slow, torturous death for the daughter who depended on her for everything? Good evening, and thank you for being here tonight, because the story I'm about to tell you is one of those cases that keeps investigators awake at night. Crystal Candelario was 31 years old that summer, a woman who had been entrusted with the fragile life of her youngest daughter. The baby, 16-month-old Jalen, was a truly beautiful child with wide, curious eyes and a smile that had the power to light up any room. Jalen was at that magical age of discovery, a whirlwind of happy babbling and uncertain, unsteady steps, only just beginning to grasp the deep, profound bond of dependency with her mother. Crystal lived with her daughters in a simple 2-story structure on West 97th Street, a house that represented the dream of a good American life. Her older girl was frequently with her grandparents, but the baby was an almost constant presence in Crystal's life, a warm, steady anchor in the confusing sea of a new life. Crystal was the kind of person who presented a sunny facade to the outside world, yet inside her mind, a terrible darkness was gathering, eclipsing the fundamental nature of motherhood. She was dreaming only of sandy beaches and the carefree laughter of a warm, tropical vacation, planning a long trip with a male friend. The house on West 97th Street was like thousands of others spread across Cleveland, a working-class neighborhood where people generally knew their neighbors and observed their daily routines. It was a street filled with quiet lives, where the distant hum of traffic and the laughter of playing children were the familiar soundtrack of the early summer. This was exactly the kind of place where nothing bad was supposed to happen, where subtle shifts in a household's rhythm were noticed by everyone. The house was a simple structure, with a small patch of grass out front, a place where the basic human expectation of safety was meant to be fulfilled. Jalen's entire world was contained safely within these familiar walls, and she was utterly trusting in the woman who was supposed to be her ultimate protector. The morning of June 6, 2023, dawned bright and beautifully clear in Cleveland, a Tuesday filled with the promise of a warm, long day. Crystal Candelario moved with purposeful silence, completing her final, horrible preparations to begin her long journey, first to Detroit, then onwards to the sun-drenched shores of Puerto Rico. She saw her trip as a well-deserved break, a chance to escape the relentless, demanding responsibilities of being a mother for a little while. In the living room, Jalen was already awake in her playpen, watching her mother with those wide, trusting eyes. The few bottles of milk Crystal placed inside the pen were a tragically small, pathetic gesture of provision for the monumental, calculated neglect she was about to inflict. Did she look at her daughter one last time, truly seeing the trusting eyes that followed her every hurried move? Investigators would later wonder. Did a pang of guilt strike her heart, or was her mind already completely lost on a beach 1,000 miles away, consumed by her own desire? She closed the door behind her, the final, decisive click of the latch sounding loud in the sudden, heavy silence of the house. Crystal then walked out into the bright sunshine, got into her car, and calmly drove away from her home, believing she was finally free. If you're the kind of person who stays up late listening to stories like this, who finds something compelling about the mysteries that law enforcement can't quite solve, then I'd appreciate it if you'd hit that subscribe button, and maybe drop a comment telling me where you're listening from and what time it is where you are right now. Because there's something about late nights that makes these stories hit differently, isn't there? Now, before we go any further, maybe lock your door if you haven't already, turn off the lights if you're feeling brave, and just listen. Because outside right now, the rain has started, At first just a few drops tapping softly against the window, then building slowly into a steady rhythm. The kind of sound that makes the world feel smaller and the darkness feel closer. And it's in that darkness, with that rain as our soundtrack, that I'm going to tell you exactly what happened to Jalen Candelario. Back inside the house, in the complete quiet solitude of her small playpen, 16-month-old Jalen was utterly alone, relying entirely on the fragile, temporary provisions her mother had left. For a child that young, the entire world is sensory and immediate, where hunger is a sharp, quickly insistent pain, and thirst quickly becomes a desperate, rasping need. The first day passed, and the familiar, comforting presence of her mother began to disappear, leaving a terrible, unnerving stillness in the air. The warm, gentle hum of her mother's voice and the soft, familiar scent of her presence were replaced by an empty, growing silence. The small amount of milk in the bottles would have been quickly consumed, offering only a brief, short respite before the deep, gnawing emptiness returned to her stomach. By the second full day of total abandonment, that initial fear would have quickly turned into a terrifying, sustained panic for the helpless child. A neighbor's doorbell camera became a silent, electronic witness to the agonizing tragedy that was slowly unfolding within the house. Later, when investigators reviewed the damning evidence, the audio recordings provided a haunting, unmistakable chronicle of Jalen's prolonged suffering. Her tiny, desperate screams pierced the quiet of the daytime and the stillness of the night, a chilling, primal call for the one person in the world who was supposed to immediately answer her. Yet, nobody came to help the terrified child. Meanwhile, Crystal's world was wildly expanding in a sickening kaleidoscope of sun, sand, and fun in Puerto Rico. The world outside West 97th Street went on completely oblivious to the unimaginable horror unfolding within the quiet house. The mailman delivered the mail as usual, cars drove by continuously, and neighbors casually chatted over their fences. All of this happened while a baby was slowly, agonizingly dying just a few short feet away from them. While Jalen's entire world was shrinking to the four dirty sides of her small, soiled playpen, Crystal's world was wildly expanding in a sickening kaleidoscope of sun and fun. She was living the life she wanted in Puerto Rico, a whole world away from the deep darkness that was quickly gathering in her Cleveland home. Crystal even posted photos of her carefree vacation on social media, cementing a chilling monument to her all-consuming self-absorption for all to see. In one particular photo, she is standing happily on a beach with a wide smile, turquoise water stretching out beautifully behind her. The caption she chose to write was a horrific irony, claiming that the time that is enjoyed is the true time lived. As the long days slowly crawled by inside the house, Jalen's small body began the cruel process of betraying her, a natural process that was forced upon her. Dehydration would have set in first, quickly becoming a relentless and agonizing process for a child so small. Her mouth would have rapidly become dry, her once perfect lips cracked and painful, and her eyes, once bright and full of life, would have begun to sink into their sockets. The hunger she felt was a constant, agonizing fire that quickly burned in her small belly. Forensic experts would later testify in the courtroom to the full, unimaginable horror of Jalen's final, terrible days. The description of her suffering was so severe that it brought a seasoned pathologist to tears while they were speaking on the stand. They believed that in her desperate, instinctual struggle to simply survive, the poor child may have been forced to eat her own feces, a truly shocking detail. The incredible pain and suffering she endured, the pathologist stated, was beyond what any normal human being could possibly comprehend. Jalen was abandoned, utterly terrified, and completely alone, dying a slow and torturous death in a small prison created solely by her own mother's hand. On the quiet morning of June 16th, exactly 10 days after she had so casually walked out the door, Crystal Candelario finally returned home. The sun was shining just as brightly as it had been on the day she had chosen to leave her baby to die. She walked back into the house, her relaxing vacation now completely over, her tan slowly beginning to fade, her mind perhaps already turning to the mundane tasks of quickly unpacking her bags and starting the laundry. But the heavy silence that immediately greeted her this time felt profoundly different. It was not the light, airy quiet of a normal empty house, but the heavy, suffocating, undeniable silence of death. Crystal found Jalen completely unresponsive in the playpen, exactly where she had left her. The terrible scene that confronted Crystal was one of truly unimaginable horror and squalor. The liner of the small playpen was completely saturated with both urine and feces. The blankets were horribly soiled, and in the midst of it all lay her daughter, her small body emaciated and waxen, her eyes disturbingly sunken and vacant. Jalen had lost a staggering 7 pounds since her last doctor's visit, an incredible amount of weight for a child so small and young. In that immediate, terrible moment, faced with the catastrophic consequences of her calculated actions, Crystal Candelario did not immediately call for emergency help. Instead, her very first instinct was to manipulate and conceal, attempting to quickly create a completely new, more palatable narrative. She gently picked up Jalen's small, limp body and quickly changed her into a clean, new outfit. This was a final, chilling act of deception, a calculated attempt to dress up the horror and to present a more acceptable version of the ugly truth to the world outside. Only then, with the stage carefully set, did she pick up the phone to dial 911. The emergency call itself was nothing more than a carefully planned performance, with Crystal acting frantic and completely hysterical. She presented the perfect picture of a grieving, heartbroken mother who had just made a tragic and shocking discovery. But when the first responders from the Cleveland Division of Police and Fire quickly arrived, that thin facade of a perfect mother immediately began to crumble. The paramedics were forced to pronounce Jalen dead at the scene, with no chance of reviving the small girl. The veteran homicide detectives who were soon called in knew right away that they were looking at something far more sinister and terrible than a simple, tragic accident. The terrible condition of the baby's body, the squalid state of the playpen, and the faint but unmistakable odor of decomposition all told a horrifying story. It was a story of prolonged, horrific, and undeniable neglect, not a quick, sudden event. As the detectives began the painstaking process of piecing together the true timeline, Crystal's carefully constructed story began to quickly unravel before their eyes. She initially told the detectives a complex series of lies, a tangled, fabricated web of half-truths and fabrications designed solely to obscure the simple, monstrous fact of her 10-day absence. But in this modern age of ubiquitous digital footprints, the truth is notoriously difficult to hide from determined investigators. The meticulous investigators of the Cleveland Police Homicide Unit began a painstaking review of every piece of electronic surveillance footage available. They pulled video from literally hundreds of cameras, both in the neighborhood and far beyond, creating a meticulous, damning chronicle. A total of 628 separate videos meticulously tracked Crystal's comings and goings with utterly precise, condemning detail. The security footage showed her clearly leaving the house alone on the morning of June 6th. It showed her just as clearly returning completely alone on the morning of June 16th. The investigators found nobody else entering or leaving the house during that entire 10-day period. The numerous social media posts from her tropical vacation provided an exact, undeniable timeline of her movements while in Detroit and Puerto Rico. The audio captured by the neighbor's doorbell camera provided the haunting record of Jalen's final, desperate, unanswered cries. The rapidly accumulating evidence was overwhelmingly irrefutable. The shocking picture that the evidence painted was clearly not of a mother who had made one terrible, tragic mistake. Instead, it was the undeniable portrait of a person who had made a deliberate, incredibly selfish, and ultimately fatal choice. The full autopsy soon confirmed what the investigators had already suspected from the scene. The official cause of the small baby's death was determined to be both severe dehydration and starvation. There were no other signs of any physical trauma to her small body. Jalen had simply been left completely alone to die. Faced with the undeniable mountain of evidence that was stacked heavily against her, Crystal Candelario was quickly arrested and charged with the unthinkable crime of murder. The shocking news of the entire case instantly sent a massive ripple of pure revulsion and profound disbelief throughout the community and then quickly around the entire world. This was a crime that truly defied any normal comprehension, a monstrous violation of the most sacred and primal trust that exists between a parent and their completely helpless child. In February of 2024, choosing to avoid the immediate possibility of the death penalty, Crystal Candelario entered a guilty plea to 1 count of aggravated murder and 1 count of child endangerment. Her sentencing was formally held on March 18, 2024, inside the Cuyahoga County Common Pleas Court, and the room was packed to capacity. The air inside the courtroom was heavy and thick, with a palpable mixture of intense grief, open anger, and a deep, profound collective sorrow over the loss of the child. The prosecution, which was led by Cuyahoga County Prosecutor Michael C. O'Malley, carefully painted a devastating and unforgettable picture of Crystal's unbelievable selfishness and deep moral depravity. They spoke movingly of Jalen, the beautiful baby girl whose life was tragically taken from this world simply because her mother wanted to go on a temporary vacation. Assistant County Prosecutor Anna Faralia, visibly struggling to hold back her tears, spoke directly and emotionally to the sheer horror of Jalen's final, agonizing days. Her voice trembled noticeably with deep emotion as she described the full extent of the baby's suffering inside the house. Crystal's defense attorney then spoke of her widely known struggles with mental health, mentioning a history of documented depression and intense anxiety. They claimed that Crystal had been previously prescribed medication for these conditions, but had unfortunately stopped taking it before the trip. Her own parents, who had been actively caring for Crystal's older daughter during the vacation, pleaded tearfully with the judge for any measure of mercy. They adamantly claimed they were totally unaware that Crystal had left Jalen completely alone and asserted that her known mental health issues had clearly impaired her judgment in the extreme. Crystal herself, speaking slowly and deliberately through a court-appointed translator, expressed deep, immediate remorse, claiming that she prayed every single day for complete forgiveness. She stated her firm personal belief that both God and her precious daughter had already forgiven her terrible actions. But it was the powerful words of Judge Brendan J. Sheehan that would echo loudly and long after the hearing had finally concluded for the day. The judge looked directly at Crystal Candelario, his voice a striking mixture of raw human fury and undeniable judicial authority. He recounted the ultimate act of betrayal she had deliberately committed, leaving her baby terrified, utterly alone, and completely unprotected to suffer what he had heard was the most gruesome death imaginable. He then sharply contrasted her deplorable actions with the true love and support her own family had so clearly shown her right there in the courtroom. This wasn't simply an oversight, he declared, his voice clearly rising in volume and intensity. You could have saved Jalen's life many times. He pointed out that Crystal could have easily called someone while she was in Detroit or in Puerto Rico. She could have simply told someone that Jalen desperately needed immediate help and intervention. Judge Sheehan's final, powerful words were a truly chilling pronouncement of a justice that felt both legally sound and incredibly poetic in its nature. Just as you didn't let Jalen out of her confinement until she died, he firmly stated, so too, you should spend the rest of your natural life in a cell without freedom. The judge then added a final, powerful, and terrifying contrast. The only difference will be that prison will at least feed you and give you the liquids that you so cruelly denied her. With that final, decisive statement, he formally sentenced Crystal Candelario to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Crystal Henderson is currently 42 years old, serving her life sentence without parole at the Oregon State Penitentiary. She will never be eligible for release from the facility. Her 2 initial appeals have been completely exhausted and formally denied by the courts. She currently spends 23 hours of every single day confined within her own prison cell. The city added several new security cameras to every hallway and basement entrance in the old apartment building. But absolutely none of those measures can ever bring Jalen back from the terrible death she suffered. Jalen's mother moved out of the city of Millbrook completely a year later, unable to drive past her daughter's old building without immediately breaking down in tears. Jalen's third-grade students, who are now themselves in middle school, still remember her as their favorite teacher. Her best friend, Emma, visits Jalen's gravesite every month, always bringing sunflowers, which had been Jalen's undisputed favorite flower. The long-dreamed about Italy trip Jalen was diligently saving her money for never happened at all. The last crayon drawings her students had made are still hanging prominently on her mother's refrigerator. The signature vanilla latte order at the corner cafe was never again placed by Jalen. The physical and emotional space Jalen left in the world that day can never, ever be truly filled. Cases like Crystal Candelario's serve as a stark reminder that evil does not always look like a horrifying monster lurking in the shadows. Sometimes that evil looks exactly like your friendly neighbor who offers you a polite smile and says good morning to you. Sometimes it is the person who seems completely helpful and friendly, the very person who has been quietly planning something terrible the entire time. We often install locks and sophisticated alarms to keep strangers out, never truly imagining that the danger might instead be coming from within the walls themselves. Crystal did everything right to make her life seem perfect, lived in a safe place, was completely careful and smart, and tragically, none of that ultimately mattered. That fact remains the truly horrifying, chilling part of this entire story. That sometimes there is absolutely no protection from the person you trust most. That case haunted the investigators for years, but what happened in Jeju, a beautiful volcanic island jewel off the coast of South Korea just 2 months later, would sadly prove that sometimes the most terrifying, imaginable things happen in the places we consider the most safe and tranquil. On the long-awaited weekend of May 25, 2019, Kong, a 36-year-old PhD student, was finally granted a court-ordered reunion with his 5-year-old son after 2 agonizing years of separation. His life had been a bitter, 2-year legal battle to get past the iron wall of silence his ex-wife, Ko-Yu Jang, had erected between him and his child. He was finally going to hold his son again, but by the end of that day, Kong had been given a simple meal of curry rice laced with powerful sleeping medication, rendering him helpless for the knife, saw, bleach, and volume-based garbage bags his ex-wife had so meticulously purchased in the 2 weeks since the court ruling, leaving investigators to ask, how could a mother plan such a cold, calculating, unimaginable act of betrayal against the father of her child? The man who had fought so hard in court to see his child was 36 years old that May, a dedicated PhD student living in a state of agonizing, suspended animation. His entire life had become a slow, painful countdown to a single, precious date marked on his calendar, the long-awaited reunion with his beloved 5-year-old son. For 2 impossibly long years, Kong had been tragically reduced to nothing more than a voice on the phone and a sad face in a photograph in his own son's life. The boy's mother, his ex-wife Ko-Yu Jang, had carefully constructed a cruel, impenetrable wall of cold silence between them. This emotional barrier was deliberately built from unanswered phone calls and locked, unopened doors, serving only to intensify Kong's paternal agony. The divorce in 2017 had been a notably bitter and painful affair, serving as the dramatic culmination of a marriage that had already soured tragically almost from its immediate start. Kong and Ko-Yu Jang had been a classic campus couple, their romantic story beginning sweetly with a shared, earnest passion for volunteer work in their community. But that initial, sweet romance had quickly and dramatically curdled into an absolute nightmare of sustained domestic strife within their home. Ko-Yu Jang was a woman who presented a consistently placid, completely unremarkable face to the outside world, yet tragically, behind the firmly closed doors of their home, she was revealed to be a terrifying tempest of raw, uncontrolled rage. Ko-Yu Jang was dangerously prone to sudden, violent outbursts, escalating quickly from screaming to throwing objects, her blind fury reaching the terrifying point where she would frequently grab a weapon. Her anger was an unpredictable, deeply terrifying force that utterly dominated their emotional landscape. Kong, a man described by others as possessing a gentle, quiet disposition, simply endured the escalating abuse, finding himself emotionally unable to strike back at the person he had once loved. His passive, non-confrontational resistance seemed only to quickly fuel her growing contempt for him and their marriage. He was a PhD student with a notable history of unstable income, a constant, irritating fact that Ko-Yu Jang, who came from a wealthy, established family, held against him like a terrible sin. When their beloved son was finally born, the compounding financial strain and the intense, relentless pressures of parenthood quickly stretched their fragile, damaged bond to its absolute breaking point. Finally, in late 2016, Kong found the emotional strength to ask his wife for a permanent divorce, ending the constant strife. The court ultimately granted full custody of their young son to Ko-Yu Jang, a predictable decision sadly based on Kong's widely known precarious financial situation at the time. But Ko-Yu Jang deliberately used that child custody not as a profound responsibility, but purely as a devastating weapon against her ex-husband. For 2 relentless years, she had systematically and cruelly attempted to erase Kong completely from his own son's precious life, waging an intense campaign of emotional parental alienation that was both devastatingly cruel and terrifyingly effective. Kong, his heart constantly aching with a primal, instinctual father's need to simply see his cherished child, had eventually turned to the last place he had left to go for help, the legal courts. He formally filed a lawsuit demanding visitation rights, a desperate, agonizing plea for some form of legal remedy to his deep emotional suffering and torment. Ko-Yu Jang, however, fought his every single step of the way, deliberately ignoring all court summonses and steadfastly refusing to fully cooperate with the process. Her arrogant, open defiance served as a chilling testament to her obsessive and absolute need for constant emotional control over Kong. But the law, though characteristically slow and intensely methodical, had finally ground its way decisively to a just and final conclusion for the father. On May 9, 2019, the legal court definitively ruled in Kong's favor, granting him the long-sought-after right to see his beloved son twice every single month. The very first of these eagerly anticipated court-ordered reunions was formally set for the quickly approaching weekend of May 25th, just over 2 weeks later. For Kong, this legal victory represented a moment of pure, unadulterated joy, the emotional culmination of his 2-year battle fought tenaciously in the exhausting trenches of the family court system. He was finally going to hold his son close again, to joyfully hear his spontaneous laughter, and to feel the small, precious hand safely in his own, restoring their bond. He had absolutely no way of knowing at the time that this long-awaited, emotional reunion was not the hopeful start of a new, beautiful beginning for their family. Instead, it was a horrifically planned, meticulously detailed, and shockingly brutal end to his life, a fact Ko-Yu Jang had already decided. For in the dangerous, obsessive mind of Ko-Yu Jang, the decisive court's legal decision was not merely a simple compromise to be accepted. For her, it was an explicit, undeniable declaration of war against her ex-husband, and she was coldly determined to win that war by any and all means necessary. The trap was set for his arrival. In the crucial 2 weeks between the court's firm ruling and the very scheduled visit, Ko-Yu Jang, a 36-year-old woman with absolutely no prior criminal record and a completely ordinary, seemingly placid life, rapidly began to secretly assemble the chilling, necessary tools of a monster. Her personal smartphone, that ubiquitous, handheld accessory of modern daily life, rapidly became her willing, digital co-conspirator in the planning. The chilling history of her deliberate online searches provided a horrifying window straight into the deep darkness that was quickly gathering and consolidating within her soul. She obsessively searched for potential murder weapons, meticulously researching precisely how to dispose of a body and calculating the precise lethal dose of nicotine required to kill a person. She then researched various sleeping pills, learning their specific effects and investigating where to secretly obtain the necessary chemicals. In a particularly macabre and chilling twist, she made several specific searches for bone weight and then investigated exactly how to cook gamjatang, which is a traditional Korean pork bone soup. Her dangerously determined mind was already deeply at work on the gruesome and terrifying logistics of making a living, breathing human being completely disappear from the face of the earth without a trace. Ko-Yu Jang's digital preparations for the murder were quickly and accurately mirrored by her meticulous physical ones. She first visited a pharmacy and was formally prescribed zalpetum, a powerful, necessary sleeping medication for her terrible plan. She then went to a nearby supermarket and, with the terrifying, cold efficiency of a housewife preparing for a casual weekend barbecue, she calmly purchased a disturbing collection of household items. When viewed in chilling hindsight by investigators, these items clearly formed a definitive killer starter kit. The purchased collection included several knives, a necessary saw, bleach, rubber gloves, a cleaning brush, and dozens of large, volume-based garbage bags. In an astonishing display of absolute composure, she even utilized her supermarket loyalty card, calmly accumulating reward points as she was simultaneously preparing to commit an act of unimaginable, brutal depravity. On May 18th, she carefully loaded her gray Hyundai Grandeur onto a local ferry and traveled to the beautiful island of Jeju, the island she had once called her childhood home. Now, Jeju was secretly the chosen, isolated stage for her premeditated, horrific production. She booked a remote, unmanned holiday pension in Jukian, a quiet, completely isolated village located on the island's northern coastline. This carefully chosen place was ideal because screams could be easily swallowed by the deep, continuous sea breeze, and there would be absolutely no curious, prying eyes or inquisitive neighbors to witness her actions. The trap for Kong had been meticulously and perfectly set by his ex-wife. On the afternoon of Saturday, May 25th, Kong arrived anxiously at the rendezvous point, his heart audibly pounding with an overwhelming mixture of sheer excitement and terrible anxiety. He had not seen his cherished son in 2 impossibly long years. The little boy who had left him as a small toddler was now a small, individual person with his own distinctive thoughts, his own new memories, and his own independent life. The emotional reunion, which was captured clearly on a grainy CCTV camera at the location, was a moment of pure, heart-wrenching tenderness between father and son. Kong, a tall man, immediately bent down low to embrace his son tightly, his face momentarily a pure mask of love and absolute relief. The three of them, a tragically fractured family momentarily brought together only by a rigid court order, then drove together to the remote pension that Ko Yu Jang had so carefully booked. That moment was the tragic last time Kong would ever be seen alive by anyone other than his killer. Inside, the quiet, isolated holiday home, the final terrifying act of this profound tragedy began its dark unfolding. Ko Yu Jang, expertly playing the feigned part of the accommodating and helpful ex-wife, calmly prepared a warm meal of curry rice, a deceptively simple, comforting dish. She had meticulously laced this food with the powdered zalpidum she had so carefully acquired and prepared. Kong, completely unsuspecting of his ex-wife's plan, ate the meal heartily, consuming the poisoned food. The drug, a powerful hypnotic sedative, rapidly began to work its insidious, paralyzing magic on his body and mind. A heavy chemical fog quickly descended over his entire mind, his limbs quickly growing heavy and useless, and his precious consciousness slowly slipping away into a profound state of helpless vulnerability. What tragically happened next, in the quiet, isolated pension, is a graphic scene of such pure, brutal violence that it completely defies any easy comprehension by a normal human mind. Sometime during that evening, as their young 5-year-old son innocently played video games nearby in another room, Ko Yu Jang brutally attacked her completely incapacitated ex-husband. She stabbed him repeatedly, his own blood later revealing the unmistakable, deadly presence of the sleeping drug that had rendered him absolutely defenseless. The man who had once been her loving husband, the devoted father of her child, a gentleman who had never once raised a hand against her, was now reduced to merely a terrible problem to be quickly and permanently eliminated. He was an obstacle to her life that absolutely had to be ruthlessly removed from the world. The actual murder was horrifyingly only the beginning of the subsequent horror for Kong and his family. For the next 2 long, agonizing days, as her oblivious son continued to play innocently nearby, Ko Yu Jang calmly engaged in a gruesome, completely methodical process of dismemberment. The quiet pension became a makeshift, bloody abattoir, its pristine surfaces quickly slick with the physical evidence of her monstrous work. She remained astonishingly composed throughout the process, her chilling actions consistently betraying a profound, psychopathic detachment from her crime. At one terrible point during the dismemberment, her young son, hearing strange, confusing noises coming from the main room, came in to see exactly what his mother was doing to his father. Seeing the pools of blood everywhere, he innocently asked his mother, "What are you doing, Mom?" Her cold, terrifying reply was a chilling masterpiece of psychopathic deflection, telling her 5-year-old son, "I'm playing with paint." She completely butchered her ex-husband's body, carefully packing the pieces into the necessary garbage bags she had purchased earlier, and then, with a chilling meticulousness that bordered on the surreal, she began the lengthy, detailed process of cleaning up the horrific mess. She diligently used the bleach, the brushes, and all the cleaning supplies she had purchased, scrubbing away every possible physical trace of her terrible crime. It was a grim, domestic parody of simple household chores, performed by a killer. On Monday, May 27th, she calmly checked out of the remote pension, ready to leave the island. CCTV footage clearly captured her, leaving the building completely alone, carrying 2 conspicuously large suitcases and several of the specific garbage bags she had purchased. Her son was with her, sitting quietly in the car, but Kong was absolutely nowhere to be seen, having vanished from the earth. That same afternoon, Kong's worried family, who were tragically unable to reach him by phone, formally reported him as a missing person to the police. When police first contacted Koyu Jang for information, she immediately presented the perfect picture of a wronged and distraught woman. She confidently spun a complete tale of self-defense to the police, claiming that Kong had violently tried to sexually assault her and that he had quickly fled in shame after she fought him off successfully. It was a blatant lie, but it was delivered by her with enough complete conviction to briefly throw the initial police investigation off the deadly scent of murder. The police, though briefly thrown off the scent by Koyu Jang's convincing lie of self-defense, soon had their suspicions rapidly confirmed by the loving action of Kong's younger brother. Kong's brother was simply not fooled by his ex-wife's dramatic tale, because he knew in his heart that his brother would never have willingly left his cherished son after fighting for 2 agonizing years just to see him once more. He quickly took decisive action, traveling to the pension himself to secretly gather additional CCTV footage from various neighboring buildings. He then presented this critically damning footage directly to the police investigators. The video footage was absolutely damning. It clearly showed all 3 of them, Kong, Koyu Jang, and their son, entering the remote pension together. However, the footage explicitly showed only Koyu Jang and her son clearly leaving the building later. Kong had tragically never walked out alive. The official police investigation, now moving forward with grim, immediate purpose, quickly returned to the isolated pension building. This time, they brought with them a sophisticated, scientific tool that would quickly reveal the invisible, bloody truth of the crime. A powerful luminol test, which chemically reacts specifically with the iron in human hemoglobin, instantly turned a seemingly clean holiday home into a terrifying, abstract canvas of raw horror. The walls, the floor, and even the ceiling of the quiet pension suddenly all lit up brightly with the ghostly blue glow of an immense amount of human blood. It became horrifyingly clear to the investigators that this was absolutely not the messy scene of a simple argument, but the undeniable, bloody scene of a prolonged slaughter. Koyu Jang, in the meantime, was already in rapid motion, embarking on a grim, multi-stage disposal process for her ex-husband's remaining body parts. On May 28th, she quickly boarded an overnight ferry, traveling from Jeju to Wando, a port on the vast Korean mainland. CCTV footage captured her alone on the desolate deck of the ferry in the dead of the dark night. For over 7 continuous minutes, she was clearly seen throwing multiple plastic bags containing the body parts overboard, their dark, heavy shapes quickly disappearing completely into the churning, black seawater below. She was deliberately scattering the kind man she had once promised to love across the vast, endless sea, ensuring he would never be truly found or fully whole again, a terrible final agony for his family. From Wando, she calmly drove to her wealthy family's apartment in Gimpo, which was located near Seoul. It is believed by investigators that there, she continued the gruesome process of both dismemberment and final disposal, secretly getting rid of the remaining body parts in a recycling area located near the apartment building. In a final, chillingly bizarre act of cold-blooded composure that shocked police, she quietly returned some of the unused items from her horrific murder kit to a local supermarket for a complete refund. On June 1st, police, armed with the overwhelming evidence from the blood-splattered pension and the damning CCTV footage, rapidly tracked her to her apartment and formally arrested her on strong suspicion of murder. But what nobody knew until the complex legal trial began was this: Kong was probably not her first victim. During the ongoing investigation, an even darker shadow fell over Ko-Yu Jang's moral character, revealing an unimaginable act. She was subsequently indicted for the mysterious murder of her 4-year-old stepson, who had tragically died in his sleep just 2 short months before she killed her ex-husband Kong. The boy's father, her new husband, had initially believed that he had accidentally rolled over and suffocated the child in his sleep, a tragic accident. But after learning of Ko-Yu Jang's cold, calculating arrest for Kong's murder, he immediately saw the past event in a new, horrifying, and undeniable light, becoming a fierce advocate for the prosecution, convinced that the seemingly ordinary woman he had married was actually a terrifying serial monster. The trial quickly devolved into a massive media circus, with the courtroom packed tightly with jeering, angry spectators whose palpable outrage was felt by everyone. Ko-Yu Jang's defense team attempted an extremely aggressive and widely condemned strategy. They tried to assassinate Kong's character, wrongly portraying him as a sexual deviant whose perverted desires had supposedly driven Ko-Yu Jang to a desperate act of self-defense. They argued absurdly that her intense internet searches were not evidence of premeditation, but simply born of innocent curiosity, claiming the search for bone weight was only for making a traditional gamjatang soup for her new husband. These increasingly desperate and absurd lies were rightly called a novel by Kong's family, a fictional story written only to viciously defame a dead man who was tragically unable to defend himself or his reputation. The methodical prosecution, led by a prosecutor who famously broke down in tears in the courtroom, completely dismantled the defense's ridiculous claims. They powerfully presented the entire mountain of circumstantial evidence, including the search history, the specific purchases, the CCTV footage, and the overwhelming blood evidence from the pension. They effectively painted the clear picture of a cold, calculating, toxic psychopath who had meticulously planned the entire murder with chilling precision, purely motivated by a toxic combination of obsessive rage at losing the court custody battle and a desire to completely erase her ex-husband from her life forever. In January 2020, they demanded the death penalty for her crimes, the highest possible sentence legally available. On February 20th, 2020, the Jeju District Court delivered its final, definitive verdict. Ko-Yu Jang was found guilty of the murder of her ex-husband, with the court completely dismissing her absurd claims of self-defense as being entirely without any merit. She was sentenced by the court to life in prison. However, in a heartbreaking decision that immediately brought fresh anguish to her new husband, she was formally acquitted of the murder of her stepson. The court ruled that there was tragically insufficient evidence to definitively prove her guilt in that case beyond a reasonable doubt. The life sentence was ultimately upheld by the appellate court and then definitively by the Supreme Court of South Korea in November 2020. The long, bitter, legal battle was finally over. But for the grieving family of Kong, there was still absolutely no real closure to the tragedy. They had finally secured a definitive conviction, but they agonizingly did not have a body to mourn. Their beloved son and brother had been cruelly scattered to the powerful winds and unforgiving waves, his final resting place forever unknown to them. This refusal to reveal the location of the body was a final, agonizing torment deliberately inflicted by a woman who coldly refused to reveal the full extent of her monstrous deeds. They were left with only 7 pathetic strands of his hair, which were recovered from an old hat he used to wear, a pathetic, heartbreaking relic of a precious life so brutally stolen from them. The case of Ko-Yu Jang remains a dark and deeply unsettling chapter in the official annals of South Korean crime. It is a terrifying story about the hidden, chilling capacity for evil that can often hide successfully behind the most ordinary of faces. It is the sad story of a loving father who, in his desperate, consuming quest to simply be reunited with his 5-year-old son, unknowingly walked directly into a deadly trap that was laid by a terrifying monster. His life ended tragically on a beautiful, peaceful island, his body forever lost to the currents, and his memory is now a powerful, haunting testament to the unfathomable depths of human cruelty and betrayal. The space Ko Yu-jang left in the world can never be filled by anyone. That case was a profound study of evil hiding in plain sight, but what happened in Oshawa, Ontario, just 2 years earlier, would prove that sometimes the most grotesque, unimaginable acts are not born of betrayal, but of a quiet, methodical predator hiding in the walls themselves. On the last day of August, 2017, the family of 18-year-old Rory Hatch reported her completely missing after she failed to respond to their continuous calls and urgent messages. The police launched an intensive missing person investigation, but on September 11th, 2 fishermen casting their lines into the calm, gray waters of the Oshawa harbor made a horrifying discovery that turned the missing person case into an unimaginable act of homicide. Floating in the water was a human torso, tragically confirming Rory was gone. Rory Hatch was only 18 years old that late summer, a young woman who was standing right on the tumultuous cusp of full adulthood. She was actively navigating the often difficult and turbulent waters of late adolescence, searching intensely for her place in the incredibly large world. Rory was described by those who knew her as bright and profoundly vivacious, possessing a spirit that her loving family characterized as being both fiercely determined and truly gentle. Like a significant number of teenagers, she was actively grappling with the complex issues of identity and the overwhelming pressures of full independence. Rory had only recently made the difficult discovery that she was pregnant, a revelation that had immediately brought with it a complex, swirling mixture of both intense hope and overwhelming fear. In the crucial weeks leading up to her eventual disappearance, she had been living a somewhat transient life, sometimes staying temporarily with close friends, and at other times, sleeping in a tent by a nearby creek. This instability was a stark, poignant testament to the numerous, daunting challenges that she was currently facing in her young life. Yet, despite the undeniable instability of her external circumstances, Rory remained firmly connected to her family, an incredible network of deep love and necessary support that served as her unwavering anchor in a world that often felt completely overwhelming to her. Oshawa, Ontario, was merely a busy, sprawling suburban hub, located quietly just east of the bustling city of Toronto, a place that felt completely ordinary and safe. The late summer of 2017 was generally a time of completely routine transition for most of the city's residents, a period of quiet preparation for the inevitable return to school and the quick onset of cooler, crisp weather. The beautiful maple leaves lining the city's streets were still a vibrant green, but here and there, a single leaf tinged with red or gold would flutter softly to the ground, a symbolic harbinger of the changing seasons. The city generally felt like the kind of dependable place where residents simply focused on their own lives and the simple routines of home. On the last day of August, 2017, Rory Hatch was formally reported missing by her family. Her family had quickly grown worried and deeply concerned when she failed to respond to any of their continuous phone calls and increasingly urgent messages. The Durham Regional Police immediately launched an intensive missing person investigation into her sudden disappearance. Rory's vibrant, hopeful face, characterized by her bright eyes and wide smile, soon began to appear relentlessly on posters and in social media posts across the entire city. Her concerned friends and desperate family members relentlessly scoured every place she was known to frequent, their hearts growing heavier with an intense sense of gathering dread. The worrisome days turned slowly into a full week, and then into another, yet still, there was absolutely no word from Rory at all. The large, bustling city of Oshawa seemed to have completely swallowed her young life whole. Then, on September 11th, 2017, Two local fishermen were quietly casting their lines into the calm, gray waters of the Oshawa Harbor, a man-made inlet where the local creek meets the vast expanse of the imposing Lake Ontario. It had begun as an ordinary, quiet day, the air filled only with the familiar cries of gulls and the gentle, rhythmic lapping of the waves against the shore. But then one of the fishermen quickly noticed something truly unusual floating, completely motionless in the water, only a few feet from their boat. As the object drifted slowly closer to them, a horrifying and sickening realization instantly dawned upon both men. It was not a discarded mannequin or a piece of refuse. It was instead, unmistakably, a human torso. The Durham Regional Police were immediately summoned urgently to the shocking scene. A specialized marine unit was rapidly dispatched, and the torso was carefully recovered from the dark, cold water. This truly gruesome discovery instantly sent massive shock waves throughout the entire community, quickly unraveling a story of unimaginable depravity and brutal violence. The partial human remains were immediately sent to the Center of Forensic Sciences in Toronto for a detailed post-mortem examination. It would ultimately take 2 agonizing, painful months for the necessary DNA testing to definitively confirm the family's worst fear. The recovered torso heartbreakingly belonged to their beloved daughter, Rory Hatch. The shocking discovery of Rory's partial remains quickly and dramatically transformed the simple missing person case into a major homicide investigation. But with absolutely no other body parts located and no clear, immediate leads, the formal investigation appeared to be completely at a painful standstill. These haunting questions, who could have committed such a truly monstrous act, and where was the complete rest of Rory's body, tormented the dedicated investigators and constantly agonized Rory's grieving family. For many long months, there were tragically no reliable answers, only a deep, profound, and aching silence from the entire community. The major breakthrough in the seemingly stalled case came unexpectedly from the most mundane and unlikely of places. On December 29, 2017, a pair of local plumbers were summoned urgently to a large 4-plex apartment building on McMillan Drive in downtown Oshawa. The upstairs tenants had been experiencing frustrating and continuous plumbing problems, and the experienced plumbers, after trying to snake the drain from the top unit, were completely unable to clear the serious blockage. They quickly determined that the primary clog was located further down the line, specifically in the pipes of the basement apartment unit. The tenant of that particular basement apartment, a 45-year-old man named Adam Strong, was coincidentally home at the time, and he calmly allowed the plumbers inside his small unit. As one of the plumbers diligently worked to clear the difficult drain, he unexpectedly pulled out a thick, pinkish-gray, fleshy mass from the pipe. It was a substance completely unlike anything he had ever encountered before in his long career. He placed the strangely unsettling material into a bag, and as he continued to intensely work, even more of the same terrible material continued to flow out of the pipe. A sickening, nauseating odor quickly filled the entire small apartment. The plumber, his mind intensely racing with a quickly growing sense of absolute horror, immediately took the bag outside and called the police. When the police officers from the Durham Regional Police quickly arrived at the unassuming apartment building, they were immediately met by the worried plumber. The plumber handed them the unsettling bag that contained the strange, flesh-like substance he had carefully pulled from the blocked drain. The veteran officers, their sharp instincts immediately telling them that this was something far more deeply sinister than a routine plumbing issue, walked directly to the door of the small basement apartment and knocked firmly. Adam Strong opened the door to them, and in that precise, chilling moment, the carefully constructed facade of his monstrous secret life began to instantly crumble and fall apart. An officer later testified in court that Strong, without any prompting or questioning at all, casually said, "Okay, you got me, the gig's up, it's a body." In a final, chilling act of pure, casual confession, he then added, "If you want to recover the rest of her, it's in my freezer." The stunned officers immediately placed Strong, a 45-year-old man, under immediate arrest for the murder of Rory Hatch. Inside his small apartment, the police investigators quickly made a terrifying discovery that would forever be seared into their memories and the city's conscience. In a surprisingly large chest freezer located right inside Strong's bedroom, they horrifyingly found the dismembered remains of a human body carefully stored like frozen meat. Specifically, they found a human head, and on the neck of the head was a recognizable tattoo that simply read, "Alive." This was the exact same, unique tattoo that Rory Hatch had been known to have on her own neck. It was a moment of truly sickening, gut-wrenching confirmation for the police and Rory's family. They had finally found the rest of Rory, but the discovery was only the terrible beginning of the dark revelation. The ensuing search of Adam Strong's basement apartment quickly became a frightening, meticulously detailed journey straight into the heart of a deep, psychological darkness. Forensic investigators spent several continuous days painstakingly combing through every single inch of the small, heavily cluttered space. What they ultimately found painted a truly disturbing picture of a man who was not merely a sudden killer, but a cold, calculated predator who seemed to take profound pleasure in the calculated degradation and the dehumanization of his helpless victims. They eventually found Rory's blood clearly visible on the walls and the ceiling of the small bedroom, on a specific bondage device, and also on a pet leash found nearby. Investigators also found semen on Rory's remains and significant evidence that she had been forcibly restrained at the specific time of her death. The overwhelming evidence strongly suggested to them that she had been repeatedly struck in the head with a heavy, hammer-like object while she was tightly tied up, probably by the pet leash found in the room. But what nobody knew until the DNA evidence was analyzed was this: Rory was not his only victim. The most shocking and devastating discovery was still yet to come for the investigators and the public. As investigators methodically swabbed for every trace of DNA throughout the entire apartment, they eventually found a second, completely unknown female DNA profile. This second DNA profile was notably found on a large hunting knife in the chest freezer and, chillingly, also on the same specific bondage device where Rory's DNA was found. This unknown DNA was immediately run through the National Criminal Database, and it quickly came back with a positive, definitive match. The profile belonged to Candace Fitzpatrick, a 19-year-old local woman who had been tragically missing since 2008, nearly a full decade earlier. Suddenly, the entire case had taken another horrifying, completely unexpected turn for the investigation team. Adam Strong was rapidly revealed to be not just a one-time killer who had simply snapped, but a terrifying serial predator who had been successfully hiding in plain sight for nearly a full decade inside a quiet suburban apartment complex. Candace Fitzpatrick's story was found to be tragically similar to Rory's in many important ways. She had been a young woman living on the margins of local society, struggling constantly with a crippling addiction and often engaging in a high-risk lifestyle. She was last seen alive by her grieving family in 2008, and despite their desperate, continuous efforts to find her, her case had quickly gone cold and completely unsolved. For 9 incredibly long, agonizing years, her family had been forced to live in a perpetual state of uncertainty, never knowing if their beloved daughter was alive or tragically dead. The devastating discovery of her DNA in Adam Strong's apartment was a terrible, agonizing blow for them. However, the finding also brought the family a profound, albeit grim, sense of necessary closure. After years of relentless, unanswered searching, they finally had a definitive answer, even if it was sadly the very one they had always feared in their hearts. The subsequent investigation into the murders of both Rory Hatch and Candace Fitzpatrick rapidly became a complex and truly painstaking process for the police. The key to the prosecution's successful case, however, was not only the forensic evidence, as absolutely damning as it was, but the specific, boastful words of Adam Strong himself. In a marathon, 12-hour interrogation conducted by Detective Paul Mitten of the Durham Regional Police, Strong, in his own arrogant and intensely calculating way, effectively sealed his own dark fate. Detective Mitten, a highly skilled and seasoned interrogator, successfully employed a legal strategy that was both highly unconventional and absolutely brilliant. He chose not to push aggressively for a confession from the narcissistic killer. In fact, he chose to do the exact opposite. He skillfully built a necessary rapport with Strong, allowing the suspect to talk openly, to brag about his exploits, and to fully reveal himself in his own words. Strong, who was clearly revealed to be a narcissist, seemed to genuinely relish the incredible attention being focused exclusively on him. He freely admitted to the police that he had personally dismembered Rory's body. He seemed strangely preoccupied, almost obsessed, with precisely how her torso looked after it was tragically found floating in the dark, cold lake water. He then chillingly admitted that both Rory and Candace had definitely been inside his small apartment at various times. He never once confessed to the actual killings of the women, but his open admissions about what he did to their bodies immediately after they were dead were more than legally enough. His confession painted the devastating picture of a man utterly devoid of any normal human empathy, a cold killer who saw young women not as living, breathing human beings, but merely as disposable objects to be used and then callously discarded like trash. The trial of Adam Strong formally began on September 28, 2020. He pleaded not guilty to 2 separate counts of first-degree murder and deliberately opted for a rare judge-alone trial. This was a strategic legal move that strongly suggested his defense team correctly believed a regular jury would be far too easily swayed by the gruesome and horrific nature of the physical evidence presented. The agonizing trial, which was largely conducted via video conference due to the COVID-19 pandemic restrictions, was a somber and deeply gut-wrenching affair for all the families involved. The court heard in excruciating, brutal detail about the methodical dismemberment of the 2 young women and the callous, cold, and calculated way in which Strong had repeatedly attempted to completely conceal his horrific crimes from the authorities. The prosecution in the case against Adam Strong, led by Crown Attorney Brian Gerton, argued relentlessly that Strong had deliberately killed the 2 young women during separate sexual encounters inside his isolated basement apartment. They insisted that he had then quickly dismembered their bodies to effectively hide his terrible crimes from the world. The defense team, conversely, mounted a chilling, shocking argument that, while the Crown had demonstrably proven that Strong had tragically dismembered the bodies, they had legally failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he had personally killed them. It was a terrifying defense strategy, one that essentially asked the court to believe the absurd claim that Strong had simply and randomly come across the dead bodies of 2 young women in his apartment and had then decided, for entirely unknown reasons, to cut them up and dispose of them without having been the killer. On March 16, 2021, Superior Court Justice Joseph D. Luca delivered his final, decisive verdict in the high-profile case. He ultimately found Adam Strong guilty of the first-degree murder of Rory Hatch and also guilty of the lesser, included charge of manslaughter in the tragic death of Candace Fitzpatrick. In his highly detailed and carefully considered ruling, Justice D. Luca meticulously explained his precise reasoning for the dual verdict. In the specific case of Rory Hatch, he found that the substantial evidence strongly supported the clear conclusion that her horrific death had occurred during the course of a sexual assault, an established legal finding that automatically elevated the murder charge to first degree. The compelling evidence of Rory's forced restraint, the presence of Strong's own semen, and the brutally violent nature of her death all definitively pointed to a killing that was revealed to be both brutal and sexually motivated. However, in the separate case of Candace Fitzpatrick, Justice D. Luca tragically found there was insufficient, definitive evidence to legally prove that Strong had definitively intended to kill her. While Candace's DNA was indisputably found within his apartment, her body had tragically never been recovered at that time, making it legally impossible to know for certain precisely how she had died in the small apartment. Therefore, while the judge was absolutely convinced that Strong was responsible for her death, he could only legally convict him of the lesser charge of manslaughter, a charge that does not require the strict legal proof of intent to kill. On May 28, 2021, Adam Strong was formally sentenced for the heinous first-degree murder of Rory Hatch. He automatically received a mandatory life sentence with absolutely no possibility of parole for 25 years. For the manslaughter conviction in the death of Candace Fitzpatrick, he received a concurrent, separate sentence of 18 years in prison. Justice D. Luca, in his powerful sentencing remarks, justly described Strong as a deeply dangerous predator who had senselessly destroyed not only two young, vulnerable lives, but also the lives of all those who truly loved them. "You, sir, have brought darkness to everyone," Rory Hatch's father, Bill, emotionally said in his victim impact statement, his voice choked with righteous anger and immense grief. "You are a monster." The formal sentencing ultimately brought a necessary measure of legal closure to the grieving families of both Rory Hatch and Candace Fitzpatrick, but it could tragically not bring their beloved daughters back home to them. "It does not change the fact our girls are not coming home," Rory's godmother, Krisha Mildick, told waiting reporters outside the courthouse, her voice thick with emotion. "But today, we let them rest. Today, this monster is off our street and is no longer a part of our day. He's no longer a part of our lives." But what the court did not know was that the monster's vanity and arrogance would ultimately bring the final truth. In a final, shocking, and truly unexpected twist that occurred in July 2021, Adam Strong, perhaps finally resigning himself completely to his terrible fate, voluntarily admitted the specific location of Candace Fitzpatrick's remains to a prison guard. He then led investigators directly to a small clearing near a tree line in Oshawa. On November 8, 2021, human remains were successfully found buried deep underground at that precise location. They were later definitively confirmed to be the remains of Candace Fitzpatrick. After 13 incredibly long years of searching, Candace was finally, truly coming home to her family. Adam Strong is now 48 years old, serving his life sentence at an Ontario penitentiary, with his earliest possible date of parole eligibility in 2046. The judge's reasoning focused on the facts. The dismemberment was undeniable, the sexual assault on Rory was legally proven, and his own admissions sealed his fate. The basement apartment on McMillan Drive has since changed hands multiple times, and the original, fatal plumbing system has been fully replaced and modernized. But the profound loss suffered by two grieving families remains a raw, unhealing wound on the community's memory. Rory Hatch's friends and family still gather on the last day of August every year, the anniversary of her disappearance, holding a small vigil near the harbor where her remains were tragically discovered. Her father, Bill, became a tireless, vocal advocate for pregnant and vulnerable young women in the community, working to honor the precious life and potential Rory lost. Candace Fitzpatrick's mother, finally able to hold a proper funeral for her daughter after 13 long, agonizing years, speaks frequently about the importance of DNA technology and police persistence in cold cases. Both families constantly share their intimate stories, ensuring that Rory and Candace are remembered not for the violent way they died, but for the light they brought into the world before they were so cruelly stolen away. The case of Rory Hatch and Candace Fitzpatrick serves as a horrifying story that truly exposes the very darkest, most dangerous corners of human nature. It is a story about two vulnerable young women whose precious lives were brutally stolen from them by a predator who coldly saw them only as disposable objects for his own gratification. We are reminded that monsters can and do live among us, completely hidden behind the mundane, ordinary facade of a basement apartment on a quiet suburban street, waiting patiently for their next opportunity. The irony is that the lock in the plumbing was the only thing capable of keeping the truth from fully disappearing. That case exposed a calculated moral evil, but what happened in Philadelphia just a few years earlier was a profound, unresolved contradiction, a baffling mystery hinging on a missing person case where the victim had already been declared dead. The flickering amber glow of the space heater cast long, dancing shadows across the small Philadelphia bedroom, and in a crib, 10-day-old Delamar Vera slept soundly on a cold December night in 2097. But in a baffling, inexplicable sequence of events, a relative visited the house, a fire broke out in the bedroom moments later, and when Delamar's mother rushed upstairs, the crib was completely empty, the window was wide open, and no remains were ever found, leaving a traumatized mother certain her baby had been stolen and leaving investigators asking, How does a tiny baby vanish completely from a crib in a locked, burning house when no human remains are found anywhere? Luzita Luquavis and Pedro Vera considered their 10-day-old daughter, Delamar, to be an absolute tiny miracle, a beautiful symbol of their strong love and all their great hopes for a wonderful future. Delamar was a perfect infant with a full, dark head of hair and the same delicate, beautiful features as her proud mother. LSE, who was already a young mother of 2 young boys from a previous relationship, had been completely overjoyed by the peaceful arrival of her daughter. She had already spent countless hours merely gazing at Delamar, lovingly memorizing every tiny detail of her angelic face. Pedro, a quiet, hard-working man who worked as a mechanic, was equally smitten with his newborn daughter. He would rush home eagerly from his job and immediately go to her crib, his large, calloused hands becoming surprisingly gentle as he carefully stroked her soft cheek. Their small house on Holy Street, though humble and modest, was constantly filled with the immense warmth of a quickly growing family and the sweet, comforting, milky scent of a healthy newborn. The neighborhood of their small house was the kind of long-established place where nothing truly shocking or bizarre was ever expected to happen, a dependable section of Philadelphia. The neighbors knew each other and generally kept to themselves, relying on the quiet, simple rhythm of ordinary daily life. The only thing out of the ordinary on that particular cold December evening was the space heater, casting a flickering amber glow and long, dancing shadows across Delamar's small bedroom. The family trusted their surroundings and felt safe inside their own home, utterly unaware of the sinister presence that was about to enter their quiet house. It was a presence that would violently shatter their entire world and quickly set into motion a heartbreaking chain of bizarre, inexplicable events that would tragically defy all belief. On the evening of December 15th, a sinister, shattering presence entered their home, arriving in the form of Carolyn Correa, a cousin of Pedro's only by marriage. LSE had never formally met Correa before that night, and instantly felt an inexplicable, immediate sense of deep unease wash over her upon their introduction. Correa was a woman with a genuinely troubled past, including a documented history of inexplicably faking pregnancies. She was currently consumed by a desperate, all-encompassing, obsessive desire for a healthy child of her very own. Correa had arrived at their small home under the false pretense of merely asking Pedro to quickly look at her car's brakes for a mechanical issue. She was initially charming and outwardly friendly on the surface, but LSE noticed there was a strange, unsettling intensity in her eyes, a definite hunger that instantly made LSE's skin crawl with discomfort. As Pedro obligingly went outside to quickly check the car's brakes, Correa purposely lingered inside the house, attempting to make small talk with a clearly uncomfortable LSE. She then made a point of falsely mentioning that she too had recently given birth to a baby girl, a complete lie that would later prove to be a crucial, fundamental part of her sinister, carefully constructed plan. A short while later, Correa claimed she had left her purse upstairs on the 2nd floor and ascended the staircase, where 10-day-old Delimmer was peacefully sleeping in her crib. LSE, who was busy tending to her 2 young boys at the time, did not immediately think much of this strange, brief interruption. But just a few ominous minutes after Correa calmly came back downstairs and then casually left the house, a terrible, growing smell of smoke began to rapidly fill the air inside the small house. It began as a barely perceptible, faint, acrid scent, but the smell quickly grew much stronger and far more terrifyingly menacing to LSE. Then came the blood-curdling screams from LSE's throat as her heart immediately leaped into her chest with profound terror. She instantly raced up the stairs, her bare feet pounding on the wooden steps as fast as she could go. The smoke was already thick and completely black, intensely stinging her eyes and quickly choking her lungs with every desperate breath. When she frantically reached Delamar's room, she was instantly met with a truly terrifying and incomprehensible sight. Flames were actively devouring the walls and violently licking at the ceiling of the small room. Horrifically, the crib where her newborn baby had been peacefully sleeping was now completely and chillingly empty. Adding to the immediate dread, the window in the room was wide open, creating a gaping, black mouth in the frightening, fiery chaos. Cold and sharp panic immediately seized LSE, completely overwhelming her senses in the face of the inexplicable contradiction. She screamed Delamar's name repeatedly, her voice completely raw with terror and shock. She frantically searched the small room, her hands blindly patting the empty crib, and her eyes desperately scanning the smoke-filled space, trying to find her baby. But Delamar was tragically and undeniably gone, simply vanished from the crib. The intense heat of the fire was quickly becoming unbearable, and the smoke was instantly suffocating LSE with every breath. A kind neighbor, Jose Rosario, who had rushed bravely in to help, was tragically driven back quickly by the terrifying intensity of the rapidly growing blaze. Rosario later reported that he had briefly heard a baby crying from upstairs, a faint, desperate sound that was quickly swallowed completely by the roaring sound of the intense fire. LSE, her exposed face burned and her lungs screaming desperately for clean air, was violently forced to completely retreat from the room. She stumbled blindly out of the house, her body violently trembling, her entire mind a terrible whirlwind of complete confusion and deep horror. She stood desperately on the street, her two other young children tightly clinging to her for safety, watching in disbelief as her small home was completely consumed by the devastating flames. She continually screamed in Spanish, my baby," but tragically, in the profound chaos of the terrifying scene, her desperate words were not fully understood or heard by the responding authorities. When the first firefighters finally arrived on the scene, LSE frantically tried to tell them that her baby was completely missing, that she had not been in the crib when the fire actually started. But in the general pandemonium and confusion, her desperate pleas were tragically not fully understood by the busy firefighters. The firefighters, battling the major blaze, immediately assumed the baby was still tragically inside the burning house. When the fire was finally fully extinguished, they delivered the absolutely devastating news to LSE. Delamar Vera was officially presumed dead, her tiny body assumed to have been completely consumed by the intense heat of the massive fire. No physical remains were ever tragically found anywhere in the rubble. The official police investigation quickly concluded that the fire had been a tragic accident, most likely caused by a faulty extension cord that was connected to the space heater. For the authorities, the terrifying and bizarre case was formally closed. But for Luzita LSE Cuevas, this was tragically just the beginning of a long and absolutely agonizing nightmare of profound uncertainty and grief. In her desperate, grieving heart, LSE Cuevas possessed an unshakable, powerful mother's intuition that her precious daughter was not actually dead. She felt a primal, completely unshakable belief that Delamar had instead been forcibly taken from her, not tragically lost in the flames of the house fire. LSE would ultimately spend the next 6 long, agonizing years of her life in relentless pursuit, tirelessly searching for her stolen child. She became a lone voice crying out repeatedly in the vast, overwhelming wilderness of her disbelief and profound grief, refusing to accept the official story. The agonizing years immediately following the disastrous fire were nothing more than a painful, emotional blur of intense sorrow and constant pain for LSE Cuevas. The entire world around her quickly moved on, readily accepting the official verdict of Delamar's tragic and accidental death in the fire. But LSE simply could not, remaining firmly rooted in her own emotional certainty. The unforgettable, stark image of the empty crib, the inexplicably wide-open window, and the chilling premonition she had instantly felt in Carolyn Correa's unnerving presence, all relentlessly haunted her waking moments and consistently tormented her brief, fitful dreams. She was tragically a woman actively living in a waking nightmare, a helpless mother who felt she had lost her beloved child not only once to a kidnapper, but then a second time to an entire world that simply and stubbornly refused to believe her true story. Her fragile relationship with Pedro, which was already incredibly strained by the magnitude of the sudden tragedy, slowly began to visibly crumble under the immense weight of her absolute obsession with the missing baby. Pedro was also undeniably grieving the profound loss, but he seemed much more emotionally willing to quickly accept the official, easy explanation given by the authorities. He had not been home at the precise time the fire had started, and while he deeply mourned the senseless loss of his newborn daughter, he sadly did not share LSE's fierce, unshakable conviction that Delamar was still miraculously alive somewhere. This dramatic, fundamental difference in their highly personal coping mechanisms ultimately created a massive emotional chasm between them, a chasm that inevitably led to their formal separation after many years together. LSE, however, absolutely refused to relinquish her dwindling hope. She deliberately transformed herself into a relentless, self-appointed investigator, a determined detective driven solely by the most powerful, unyielding force in the world, a mother's fierce, consuming love. She meticulously papered her entire neighborhood with countless flyers, each one bearing Delamar's precious baby picture and vital information. She continuously hounded the police department, urgently begging them to simply reopen the case file, fully convinced of the kidnapping. She spoke emotionally and relentlessly to anyone who would possibly listen, her urgent voice filled with a desperate, all-consuming urgency and determination. But tragically, her desperate pleas largely fell upon deaf ears within the police department. The police officially categorized her simply as a profoundly grieving mother, stuck in denial about the terrible truth. Her friends and surrounding family, while deeply sympathetic to her suffering, constantly urged her to try and emotionally move on with her life and finally accept the terrible, final truth of the official finding. But LSE could not, even if she wanted to stop searching. She had a frequently recurring dream, a vivid, profound vision of Delamar at numerous different ages, her small, familiar face constantly changing and gradually maturing with the heartbreaking passing years. This vivid, recurring dream, she profoundly believed, was not merely an accident. It was a potent sign, a direct message from her tragically stolen daughter, a clear, silent promise that they would miraculously one day be completely reunited. It was this singular, unwavering hope, this absolute conviction, that constantly kept her going and emotionally sustained her through the very darkest, most lonely days of her existence. 6 impossibly long years slowly passed by in Philadelphia. LSE eventually gave birth to another child with Pedro, a healthy son they lovingly named Samuel. But the gaping, profound hole in her heart, the ever-present, massive void that was left by Delamar's cruel absence, painfully remained, a constant, sharp reminder of her loss. She simply never stopped searching and absolutely never stopped believing in her intuition. And then, one cold, bright winter day in January 2004, her absolute faith was finally rewarded, miraculously manifesting in the most completely unexpected way imaginable. It was a chilly, bright winter day, and LSE was attending a small child's birthday party at the private home of one of Pedro's close relatives. The party was a cheerful, noisy, and chaotic affair, filled with the loud laughter of countless children and the constant chatter of many adults. LSE, who had been formally invited by Pedro's sister, Evelyn Vera, felt a distant sense of emotional detachment from the festive activities. She was physically present in the room, but her worried mind was completely elsewhere, constantly lost in the painfully familiar labyrinth of her unresolved grief. And then suddenly, she abruptly saw her. She saw a little girl who appeared to be about 6 years old, with noticeably bright, intelligent eyes and a shy, tentative smile. The girl's name was Aaliyah, and she was introduced as the daughter of Carolyn Correa. Correa, the very same woman who had been at LSE's house on the night of the terrible fire, the woman who had ceaselessly haunted LSE's deep, subconscious thoughts for 6 very long, painful years. LSE's heart instantly stopped completely in her chest. The little girl was the unmistakable, spitting image of LSE's other children. She possessed the exact same distinct dimples, the precise same unique smile, and the identical, recognizable way of tilting her small head when she was curious about something. It was an absolutely shocking moment, almost as if LSE was looking directly at a ghost, a living, breathing, immediate embodiment of her tragically lost daughter. The sheer, undeniable resemblance was so instantly striking and profoundly overwhelming that LSE felt an immense jolt of recognition course through her body, a shocking current of pure, raw electricity. She watched the small girl play, her mind racing with desperate thoughts. She immediately remembered that Carolyn Correa had confidently claimed to have a baby at the precise time of the fire. She clearly remembered her own intense, deep unease in Korea's cold, unsettling presence that terrible night years ago. Could it truly be possible? Was this little girl, Aaliyah, really her Delamar? The possibility of this thought was so overwhelming, so utterly audacious, that it nearly took LSE's breath away completely. But LSE was a woman who had forcefully learned to implicitly trust her powerful mother's instincts above all else. She knew decisively that she had to act immediately, and she knew she had to act with cunning and rapid speed. She quickly approached the small girl, her own heart pounding violently in her chest, almost audible to others. With a trembling, carefully controlled hand, she reached out quickly and feigned the motion of pulling a piece of sticky gum from the girl's hair. In that one swift, highly surreptitious movement, she successfully managed to snag and secure a precious few strands of Aaliyah's dark hair. It was an incredibly desperate, terrifying gamble, 1,000,000 to 1 long shot. But LSE instantly knew it was the only viable chance she had to finally uncover the truth. She clutched the precious strands of hair tightly in her hand, feeling them as a tangible lifeline connecting her to the possibility of the truth she had searched for. LSE left the small, chaotic party in a terrible daze, her entire mind becoming a turbulent whirlwind of intense hope and overwhelming fear as she drove away. She went directly and urgently to the police department, her incredible story tumbling out in a continuous torrent of rapid, emotional words. She passionately told the detectives about the little girl she had seen at the private party, carefully detailing the girl's uncanny resemblance to her 2 sons, and crucially, mentioning the few precious strands of hair she had successfully collected. She urgently begged the police officers to immediately run a necessary DNA test on the hair sample. This time, the police actually listened intently to the distraught mother. Perhaps it was the sheer, undeniable force of her absolute conviction, the desperate, raw plea that was clearly visible in her red eyes, or perhaps it was the tangible, physical evidence she now presented, the few strands of hair that visibly held the terrifying key to a 6-year-old, baffling mystery. They formally agreed to instantly run the critical DNA test. The next few days that followed were a torment of agonizing, almost unbearable waiting for LSE. She was perpetually on pins and needles, her entire life emotionally hanging precariously in the balance of the results. She barely ate any food, she barely slept a wink. She simply just waited, her heart quickly swinging like a rapid pendulum between absolute despair and immense, glorious hope. And then, the critical phone call finally came in from the police department. The DNA results were decisively in the official system. The calm, professional voice on the other end of the line spoke the most beautiful, most magical, incredible words LSE had ever heard in her entire life. The DNA was a match. The small little girl who had only been known as Aaliyah was undeniably her long-lost, cherished daughter, Delamar Vera. Tears instantly streamed down LSE's face, tears of overwhelming joy, profound relief, and a love that had fiercely defied both time and terrible tragedy. Her precious daughter was finally and miraculously alive. Her powerful mother's intuition had been completely right all along. After 6 impossibly long years of absolute darkness, a brilliant, dazzling, beautiful light had finally broken through and illuminated her world. The immediate confirmation of Delamar's true identity rapidly sent massive shock waves throughout the close-knit community and instantly sparked a full-blown, massive police investigation into the original disappearance. The urgent focus of the law enforcement investigation was now placed squarely on Carolyn Correa, the very woman who had raised Delamar as her own child, Aaliyah. Investigators urgently needed to know who this woman truly was, and what specific motive had driven her to commit such a heinous, calculated crime against a helpless newborn. But what nobody knew until the complex investigation into the kidnapping was complete was this. Carolyn Correa suffered from a condition known as pseudochiasis, where a woman actively experiences all the specific symptoms of pregnancy without ever truly being pregnant. She had convincingly lied to her then-boyfriend, Andre Moore, telling him she was pregnant with his child, a complex lie she tragically felt she had to make real in order to keep him permanently in her life. On December 15, 1997, armed with only a desperate, singular plan, she went to the home of LSE Cuevas and Pedro Vera. She knew instinctively they had a newborn baby, and she saw her chance to make her lie a reality. She deliberately set the small, upstairs fire to quickly create a large diversion, a massive, confusing smoke screen to easily cover her intended crime. In the ensuing chaos, she quickly snatched Delamar from her crib and immediately vanished completely into the dark night. For 6 long years, she successfully lived a complete, calculated lie, raising Delamar just a few miles from Philadelphia, where LSE lived her life of constant desperation. When the police finally confronted Carolyn Correa with the irrefutable, condemning DNA evidence, her entire complex world of lies instantly came violently crashing down around her. She initially denied absolutely everything, but the overwhelming evidence was undeniable and irrefutable. Panicked and terrified, she immediately fled her home, completely abandoning Delamar and her other children in the rush. A formal warrant was rapidly issued for her immediate arrest, and she instantly became an official fugitive from justice. But her time spent running on the run was thankfully short-lived. A few stressful days later, she voluntarily turned herself formally into the police department. She was officially charged with a lengthy litany of serious crimes, including the initial kidnapping, arson, and conspiracy. The ensuing trial became a massive media sensation across the country. In court, Correa's defense team aggressively argued that she was a deeply troubled woman, claiming she was a helpless victim of a rare psychological disorder, asserting that she had genuinely come to believe that Delamar was actually her own biological child. But the powerful prosecution painted a much different, darker picture of her to the jury. They instead portrayed her as a cold, manipulative, and truly calculating criminal who had callously ripped a helpless child from her mother's protective arms and deliberately deprived that child of her true identity. During the trial, Correa then made an equally shocking, completely unsubstantiated accusation. She loudly claimed that Pedro Vera, Delamar's own father, had actually been her secret accomplice, alleging that he had personally given her the newborn baby. Pedro vehemently and emotionally denied this grave claim. The police rigorously investigated her shocking claims, but ultimately found absolutely no verifiable evidence whatsoever to support them. Pedro was thankfully never formally charged with any crime in the case. In the end, the jury ultimately found Carolyn Correa definitively guilty of all charges. She was formally sentenced to 9 to 30 years in prison. The judge in her sentencing acknowledged the surprising complexity of the entire case, recognizing the difficult, documented fact that Correa had actually been a seemingly loving, doting mother to Delamar for many years. However, the judge also recognized the immense pain and profound suffering that Correa had so intentionally caused to LSE. "You robbed a small girl of a very great deal," the judge sternly stated, her voice filled with a strong, compassionate authority. For Delamar, the shocking revelation of her true identity was an incredibly bewildering and deeply traumatic experience for the 6-year-old girl. She had suddenly and completely lost the only mother she had ever consciously known, and was abruptly thrust into a brand new family, a brand new life, and a completely new identity. The long-awaited reunion with her true biological parents, LSE and Pedro, was extremely fraught with intense emotion and confusion for everyone involved. Delamar, who naturally still went primarily by the name Aaliyah, was initially noticeably hesitant and withdrawn from her birth family. LSE and Pedro, who were completely overjoyed to finally have their daughter back home, had to be incredibly patient and profoundly understanding with the traumatized child. They diligently worked to patiently earn her trust, her acceptance, and her love. They made the loving decision to let her keep the name Aaliyah, a small but significant gesture designed to ease her incredibly difficult transition period. Over time, Delamar slowly but surely began to deeply bond with her biological family. She grew to absolutely love her true mother, LSE, a heroic woman whose unwavering faith had ultimately brought her back home. She warmly reconnected with her biological father, Pedro, and all her siblings. She gradually began to fully embrace her new life, her true identity, and her real name. But what nobody knows is that even though the legal battle ended with a conviction, a lingering shadow of doubt and deep mystery remains. The persistent question of whether Carolyn Correa truly acted completely alone in the kidnapping, specifically the accusation she so publicly leveled against Pedro Vera, the child's father, is a painful detail that may tragically never be fully answered by the authorities. Pedro Vera, throughout the entire agonizing ordeal, consistently maintained his firm innocence. He expressed his immense joy at finally having his daughter returned, but he was simultaneously forced to live with the heavy, terrible cloud of suspicion that Correa's false accusation had permanently cast over him. His fragile relationship with LSE, which had been deeply fractured years earlier, sadly never fully recovered from the continuous stress and suspicion. They remain formally separated, only united by their deep, unconditional love for their daughter, Aaliyah. Today, Delamar is a beautiful young woman, a true survivor who has gracefully overcome an unimaginable, complex trauma. Her unique story has been the subject of numerous books, multiple documentaries, and even a dramatic television movie. It is a true story that continues to profoundly fascinate and inspire people globally, a powerful reminder that even in the absolute darkest of times, the beautiful light of human hope can never be fully extinguished by anyone. The profound search for justice can span decades, but what happened in Jacksonville, Florida, 23 years before Delamar's incredible discovery was an unresolved contradiction that baffled police for 43 long years. On May 22, 1974, Fuad Freddy Farah, a beloved local grocer and father of 4, was tragically shot and killed during a botched robbery at his Grand Park food store. The teenage killer immediately fled the scene in panic, leaving behind a crucial soda can and box of cake mix bearing his perfect fingerprints, which went unmatched in the system, leaving investigators asking, how could a verifiable killer with perfect fingerprints vanish completely from the system and go totally unnamed for more than 4 decades? Fuad Freddy Farah was the true heart of the Grand Park food store, an anchor for his tight-knit community in the sprawling, humid city of Jacksonville, Florida. At 34 years old, he was a man comfortably in the prime of his life, a loving husband and the proud father of 4 young children. His days were constantly filled with the simple, satisfying rhythms of work, faith, and family life. Freddie was locally known for his unwavering kindness, a beloved grocer who would always allow a child to leave the store with a piece of candy, even if they were short by a few pennies on the purchase. His genuine, easy smile was a constant, comforting presence in the daily lives of his numerous loyal customers. His life was a beautiful testament to the quiet, achievable promise of the American dream, having successfully built a profitable business, a welcoming home, and a beautiful family. His entire world purposefully revolved around his wife, Nadia, and their 4 children, which included 3 daughters and a young son named Bobby, who was just 6 years old at the time. Their busy days were a vibrant tapestry of daily school runs, shared family dinners, and the constant, shared work of running the local store together. Freddie was their steadfast provider, their constant protector, the steady, unchanging center of their entire universe. Jacksonville, Florida, in the summer of 1974, felt like any other bustling southern city, thick with the scent of magnolia and the familiar sounds of local commerce. The Grand Park food store sat right on Kings Road, a major, busy artery that cut directly through the city's northwest side, and it felt like a safe, familiar place of constant comfort in a rapidly changing world. Freddie himself was a kind, active man who never worried about personal safety, and the store had never had a major issue. On that fateful May day, his life and the lives of his family were all about to be violently and irrevocably shattered in a sudden, senseless act of tragedy. It was a Wednesday, specifically May 22, 1974, an ordinary afternoon filled with the familiar smells of fresh produce and cleaning supplies inside the Grand Park food store. Freddie was standing behind the main counter, and the steady, rhythmic beep of the cash register provided the familiar soundtrack to his predictable day. The store was quiet, with only a 14-year-old girl named Annette Bryant standing at the counter, completing a simple domestic purchase. She was buying a can of soda, a box of cake mix, and a tub of frosting for a simple treat. Directly behind Annette stood a slender black teenager, who appeared to be no more than 17 years old, noticeably clutching a tool belt in his hands. He calmly approached the counter, briefly asking Freddy where he could precisely find the store's frosting section. What suddenly happened next instantly unfolded with the terrifying, unexpected speed of a powerful lightning strike. The teenager, his young face concealed behind a nervous mask of bravado and fear, quickly raised a handgun over the young girl's head. The sudden sight of the cold, hard metal was a shocking, terrifying intrusion into the mundane tranquility of the afternoon. "This is a holdup," he nervously stammered out, his shaky voice tragically betraying his extreme youth and inexperience. Freddy, whose powerful protective instincts immediately kicked in for the young girl, suddenly lunged directly for the weapon, his hand instinctively swatting violently at the gun in a desperate, selfless attempt to protect the young girl standing at the counter. In the profound chaos of that split-second, life-altering decision, the gun instantly went off. A single bullet tragically struck Freddy in the head, causing him to fall down instantly behind the counter. The terrified teenager, utterly startled and completely panicked by the sound and the sudden violence, immediately fled the store without taking a single dollar in cash. He left behind the inexpensive items he had placed on the counter, most importantly, the cake mix and the soda can. These two innocuous items held his perfect, invisible fingerprints, a silent, invisible, damning testament to his senseless crime. The devastating sound of the gunshot echoed loudly through the small store, a profound, terrible sound that would tragically reverberate through the lives of the Farah family for the next 4 long, painful decades. Freddie Farah, the beloved, kind-hearted grocer and loving father, was instantly dead. The shocking news of his sudden murder sent an instant wave of deep grief and intense shock throughout the entire local community. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office immediately descended rapidly on the store scene, their detailed investigation beginning with the grim, methodical process of carefully piecing together the facts of the tragedy. They instantly had a single, traumatized witness, the terrified 14-year-old girl, Annette Bryant, who had been standing just inches away from the muzzle of the handgun. They also had the most crucial evidence of all, the fingerprints that were quickly lifted successfully from the cake mix box and the soda can the killer had left behind on the counter. But in the year 1974, fingerprint identification technology was an extremely slow, painstakingly manual process that was often ineffective. The prints were immediately run through the limited, existing system at the time, but sadly, there was absolutely no match found anywhere in the system. The killer was truly a ghost, an unnamed, faceless teenager who had suddenly appeared out of thin air and tragically vanished just as quickly back into the ether. For Nadia Farah, Freddy's devastated wife, her entire world had come to an abrupt, screeching end. She was suddenly an unexpected widow, a single mother now solely responsible for raising 4 young children, the youngest of whom was only 5 years old. The comfortable life she had always known, the secure future she had diligently planned, was instantly gone, violently stolen in a completely senseless act of extreme violence that had tragically yielded nothing but a horrific lifetime of searing emotional pain for her and her children. In the depths of her immediate grief, she found a powerful reserve of internal strength she never knew she possessed. She purposefully went back to college, intensely determined to successfully build a completely new life for her children, dedicated to giving them the peaceful future that their loving father had been so cruelly denied. The Farah children were then forced to grow up sadly in the long, dark, continuous shadow of their father's completely unsolved murder. For the younger children, their precious memories of him were fleeting, fractured images, which felt tragically more like distant dreams than a true, solid reality. Bobby, his only son, was left with a truly massive, gaping void where a father should have always been present. He grew up constantly haunted by an endless stream of unanswered questions, his young life becoming an intense search for clear answers that absolutely no one in the world could provide to him. The devastating case quickly went cold, the massive, heavy file tragically gathering dust on a dark shelf in the cold case unit for decades. This case was only one of thousands of truly unsolved tragedies that littered the sad landscape of American crime history, waiting patiently for the technology of the future. The agonizing years slowly turned into multiple decades, a vast, terrible expanse of time where the simple fact of Freddie Farah's murder remained a painful, open wound on his entire family. 43 years is truly a lifetime, an incredible amount of time, long enough for a teenager to fully become a grandfather, for an entire city to completely transform, and for the entire world to change in countless, unrecognizable ways. Freddie was tragically a grandfather to many children he would sadly never meet. His large, comforting presence was nothing more than a ghost at every shared family dinner, every joyful graduation, every single holiday celebration. The raw, intense pain of his senseless loss never diminished with the constant passage of time. Instead, it simply and tragically changed its shape, becoming a constant, dull, deep ache in the heavy hearts of the loving family he was forced to leave behind. Meanwhile, in the historic French Quarter of New Orleans, a quiet, kind man who was widely known as Uncle Lou had gradually become a beloved local institution in the city. He worked as a quiet street performer, transforming himself into a human statue who constantly delighted both tourists and local citizens alike with his carefully painted face and his silent, stoic performances. He was known throughout the vibrant, chaotic city for his genuine kindness to all children, often acting as a gentle, eccentric figure in the complex tapestry of New Orleans. His real, official name was Johnny Louis Miller, and for 43 impossibly long years, he had been privately carrying a terrible, heavy secret with him. Miller later confessed that he had instantly fled Jacksonville immediately following the tragic murder, just a scared 17-year-old boy who had recently found a handgun in a vacant lot and, in a sudden, desperate moment of misguided bravado and fear, had made the foolish decision to rob the store. The kind man he had senselessly killed was a man he actually knew personally, the consistently friendly local grocer who had always treated him with genuine kindness. Miller would later say that the constant, terrible memory of that day had relentlessly haunted him, driving him completely to spend the entire rest of his life desperately trying to atone for his single, huge sin. He continuously tried to be genuinely nice and openly kind to all children in an attempt to somehow make up for the loving father he had so violently stolen from the heartbroken Farah family. Back in the city of Jacksonville, the immense, powerful wheels of justice, though tragically stalled for many decades, were miraculously beginning to turn once again in the case. In December 2016, the determined Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit, armed now with sophisticated new technology and a fierce, renewed determination, formally reopened the Freddie Farah case. The crucial fingerprints left on the items, once considered a dead end due to limitations, were now seen as the absolute key to solving the entire decades-old crime. They were immediately entered into a new, vastly expanded national database, a digital web that could successfully connect a single crime that occurred in 1974 to a known man living a completely different life in an entirely different state. In April 2017, the police instantly got a positive hit in the system. The prints recovered from the soda can and the cake mix perfectly matched a man named Johnny Louis Miller, a 60-year-old street performer living quietly in New Orleans. The terrifying ghost of Kings Road finally and unexpectedly had a real name. On May 16, 2017, almost exactly 43 full years after the senseless murder, the New Orleans Police Department successfully arrested Johnny Miller on a formal warrant for the murder of Freddie Farah. The shocking news of the arrest immediately rippled through Jacksonville, sending a major shockwave of disbelief and immense relief through the community. For the entire Farah family, this was an unimaginable moment they had never truly believed they would live to see. "We're relieved," Bobby Farah, now a man in his 50s, said emotionally at a press conference, his voice thick with the deep, painful emotion of 4 long decades of constant waiting. "Some of us never thought we'd see this day," he bravely added. The long overdue arrest was a true testament to the incredibly dogged persistence of the cold case detectives, a profound reminder that no tragic case is ever truly permanently closed, and no innocent victim is ever truly forgotten. Miller was immediately extradited back to Jacksonville to formally face justice for his past actions. The state's complex legal case seemed overwhelmingly strong initially. They had the irrefutable, perfect fingerprints, and they had the original key witness, Annette Bryant Williams, the 14-year-old girl who had been standing at the counter that day. Now 58 years old, Annette was fully prepared to testify in court. Her clear memory of the terrified teenager who had held a handgun over her young head remained incredibly vivid after all those painful years. But tragically, the path to justice is rarely straightforward or without massive complications. In a sudden, cruel twist of undeniable fate, just as the case was finally moving forward aggressively, it unexpectedly began to fall completely apart for the prosecution. In December 2017, Annette Bryant Williams, the only key witness to the murder, sadly passed away. Without her crucial testimony, the state's already weakened case was immediately and significantly hampered. The fingerprints undeniably placed Miller at the crime scene, but they could not definitively prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he had personally pulled the trigger and fired the fatal shot. The prosecution, which was led by State Attorney Melissa Nelson, was suddenly faced with an extremely difficult ethical choice. They could either drop all the existing charges completely and let a known killer walk free from the courtroom, or they could quickly find an entirely new, creative way forward for the prosecution. What ultimately happened next was truly extraordinary and profoundly moving, a true testament to the remarkable human power of complete forgiveness and the deeply ingrained human need for the truth. Melissa Nelson's office courageously proposed a radical solution, a highly rare form of restorative justice that is almost never witnessed in severe murder cases. They bravely offered Johnny Miller a legal deal, admit everything he did publicly. If he would truthfully answer all the haunting questions that had tormented the heartbroken Farah family for 44 agonizing years, they would allow him to walk free from the courthouse. For the Farah family, it was an absolutely stunning and unexpected proposition to consider. They certainly could have easily demanded vengeance and adamantly insisted on a long trial that might have eventually ended in a harsh life sentence for Miller. But what they genuinely wanted more than any punishment was simple, final answers. They desperately wanted to look the man who had violently stolen their loving father in the eye and finally hear the entire, unvarnished truth directly from his own lips. They bravely agreed to the necessary meeting with the killer. On April 20th, 2018, in a conference room at the prosecutor's office, two very different families, suddenly bound together forever by a single violent moment 4 decades earlier, came face to face for the first and only time. Johnny Miller, his ankles now visibly shackled and his head deeply hung in profound shame, was slowly led into the conference room. Bobby Farah, now a kind man in his 50s, the exact same age his father had been when he was murdered, sat directly across the table from him. Bobby then reached into his pocket and slowly pulled out a single, meaningful bullet, deliberately sliding it across the table directly toward Miller. "This small piece of metal," he quietly said, his voice visibly trembling with deep, profound emotion, "changed the whole entire course of our lives." And then, for the next continuous hour, the haunting questions intensely poured out of the family. It was a torrent of deep emotional pain and constant confusion that had been aggressively dammed up for 44 relentless years. Miller, his voice choked deeply with powerful emotion, truthfully told them absolutely everything that had happened that terrible day. He spoke honestly about growing up poor in the Jim Crow South, about suddenly finding the gun, and about the terrible, desperate, foolish decision to rob the store. He promised them he had never once intended to kill anyone that day, explaining that he had instantly panicked when Freddie selflessly lunged directly for the handgun. He emotionally told the family that Freddie was truly a good man, a kind man who had always been nothing but genuinely kind to him personally. He then deeply apologized repeatedly, over and over again, his sincere remorse becoming a palpable, powerful presence in the tense room. Bobby Farah would later emotionally say that if Miller did not tell him he was profoundly sorry 50 separate times, he probably sincerely said it 100 times. In that small, quiet room, something profound spiritually shifted for the family. The deep anger and the crushing hatred that had been the Farah family's constant, unwelcome companions for so very long slowly began to genuinely dissolve, rapidly replaced by a powerful emotional feeling that looked like understanding, something that truly felt like a final, definitive peace. They honestly saw in Johnny Miller not a terrifying, inhuman monster, but simply a scared young kid who had made one terrible, life-altering mistake and had been forced to live with the heavy, constant consequences of that one sin every single day of his entire life. A few short days later, in a Jacksonville courtroom, the final, strange, and tragic act of this long story peacefully played out. Johnny Miller ultimately pleaded guilty to the lesser legal charge of second-degree murder. With the deep, sincere blessing of the entire Farah family, he was formally sentenced to time served, which was the 344 days he had spent patiently in jail awaiting his long-delayed trial. And then, in a beautiful moment that was both incredibly surreal and profoundly moving for all present, he calmly walked out of the courthouse, a completely free man. As he left the building, he turned directly to the tearful Farah family and quietly mouthed the powerful words, "Thank you." Bobby Farah, in an incredible gesture of unimaginable grace and complete forgiveness, simply flashed him a heartfelt thumbs-up sign in return. The decision by the family was immediately met by the public with a profound mixture of awe and simple bewilderment. How could a loving family sincerely forgive the exact man who had caused them so much deep, lasting pain? For Bobby Farah, the difficult answer was beautifully simple. The genuine truth, the final answers he had been so desperately searching for his entire life, was ultimately far more valuable to him than any temporary vengeance. "Am I upset that he is not spending more time in prison?" he asked openly to the media. "I'd rather him truly answer my questions and sincerely give me the answers that I've been looking for all my life, than to have him simply sitting silently in jail without telling me anything at all," Bobby emotionally concluded. The unforgettable story of Freddie Farah and Johnny Miller is a rare story that clearly defies any easy categorization. It is a compelling story of one truly senseless crime and a 44-year search for final justice and truth. It is a powerful, inspiring story that reminds us that sometimes justice does not always look like harsh punishment in a prison cell. Sometimes, final closure does not always immediately come from a guilty verdict or a massive prison sentence. Sometimes, it instead comes from a small, quiet room, from a deeply heartfelt apology, from the simple, profound human act of looking a man directly in the eye and choosing instead to see not a terrifying monster, but simply a man who regrets his single, terrible mistake. The terrifying ghost of King's Road had finally been laid peacefully to rest, not by a brutal legal verdict, but by one incredible act of pure, selfless grace. That decades-long search for truth ended in a rare act of forgiveness, but just a few years later, a story of shocking moral collapse in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, would prove that sometimes the unimaginable act is institutional. In the vibrant, chaotic Tigerland district of Baton Rouge, a place of youthful revelry, 19-year-old LSU student Madison Brooks became noticeably intoxicated at a popular local bar. On January 14, 2023, she was recorded leaving the bar with 4 young men, none of whom she knew, and was later found dead on a busy highway after being struck by a car, leaving investigators asking, how could a highly intoxicated, vulnerable student be served alcohol by a bar, then be sexually assaulted and abandoned on a major road by the men who offered her a ride, an act all caught on video? Madison Brooks was just 19 years old, a lively sophomore enrolled at Louisiana State University and an active member of the Alpha Phi sorority. She was a young woman who visibly radiated a pure love for life, and her family lovingly described her as an adventurous spirit who cherished her close friends and loving family above all else. Maddie was a granddaughter, a sister, a friend, and a cherished daughter, possessing a bright future that appeared to stretch out limitlessly before her, as clear and open as the Louisiana sky on a beautiful day. The night of January 14, 2023, started out for Maddie like countless others, innocently filled with the simple, spontaneous joy of being young and alive, surrounded by her close friends. The vibrant, often chaotic Tigerland Entertainment District in Baton Rouge descended into the night with the familiar, exciting thrum of a city on the cusp of a weekend. This area, situated near the LSU campus, was perpetually thick with the promise of carefree, youthful revelry, and was considered a rite of passage for many of the young students. Music pulsed loudly from the open doorways of all the bars lining the streets, spilling out onto the busy sidewalks where groups of friends laughed and chattered loudly. It was a completely ordinary scene that had been played out countless times before, an innocent, fleeting escape from the relentless, daily pressures of exams and university lectures. Maddie and her group of friends had chosen Reggie's, a popular, crowded bar located right in the pulsing heart of the Tigerland district, as their intended destination for the evening. They arrived together around 10 o'clock p.m., completely ready to dance and enjoy the easy company of their peers until the late hours. Inside the extremely crowded bar, the energy level was electric, and the powerful bass from the speakers vibrated continuously through the floorboards, acting as a physical manifestation of the collective excitement felt by the crowd. Maddie, like many other patrons inside the extremely busy bar, was consuming alcohol and simply letting the effects quickly wash away the stresses of her school week. Despite being significantly underage at the time, she was tragically served drinks without question, an unfortunately common occurrence in the bustling, often overcrowded bars of the highly popular Tigerland district. As the night wore rapidly on, Maddie noticeably became much more intoxicated, drinking more than her body could handle. Surveillance footage recovered from inside the bar would later show her initially dancing and clearly enjoying herself. But as the intense hours quickly ticked by, her movements became notably less steady, and her precarious balance grew much more uncertain. Around 1 o'clock a.m., Maddie suddenly and violently stumbled, her body instantly betraying the full, powerful effects of the large amount of alcohol she had consumed. A few passing people helped her gently back to her feet, a brief moment of random strangers' kindness in the hugely crowded room. She even managed to quickly pose for a spontaneous photo, which was later publicly posted to her Instagram account by her friends. It was a chilling snapshot of a beautiful young woman who was completely lost in the moment, tragically unaware of the disastrous, tragic turn her night was just about to take. It was during this specific time frame that she tragically crossed paths with 4 young men. The group included 18-year-old Kaysane Carver, who was the driver, and 18-year-old Keon Washington, a 17-year-old whose name was initially withheld due to his age, and finally, Washington's 28-year-old uncle, Everett Lee. Maddie and the 17-year-old were then briefly seen together on the bar's camera, hugging and dancing inside the loud venue. As the night deepened and the bar grew emptier, Maddie's physical condition tragically worsened significantly. At approximately 1:34 a.m., she fell hard again near the primary entrance of Reggie's bar. The 17-year-old quickly approached her and helped her to her feet by taking her hand. At this point, she was having extreme trouble finding her close friends and was noticeably unable to speak clearly without heavily slurring her words, making communication difficult. It was tragically then that the group of 4 men immediately offered the visibly impaired young woman a ride to her home. According to the later, detailed statement Kaysane Carver gave to the investigating police, Maddie did ask for a ride home, but when he then asked for her exact address, she instantly fell over hard and simply could not answer him with a coherent reply. At around 1:49 a.m., an incredibly vulnerable Madison Brooks quickly left Reggie's bar, walking out with the 4 strange men. Only 5 short minutes later, at 1:54 a.m., the entire group was clearly seen on surveillance video footage, successfully getting into a car that was being driven by Carver. The vehicle, a dark-colored sedan, quickly pulled away from the curb outside the bar and instantly disappeared into the dark, busy Baton Rouge night. Maddie was sitting completely helpless in the back seat with both the 17-year-old and Keon Washington, while Carver drove the vehicle and Everett Lee sat in the front passenger seat next to the driver. They drove only a very short distance before Carver calmly parked the vehicle on a nearby, deserted street. What tragically happened next within the complete confines of that single vehicle would rapidly become the intensely disturbing subject of a very contentious and prolonged legal battle in the coming months. It was a brutal maelstrom of powerfully conflicting accounts, damning, hidden video evidence, and the profound tragedy of a beautiful young woman's complete vulnerability. According to the later, detailed statement Carver gave to the investigators, he overheard the 17-year-old ask Maddie if she wanted to engage in sexual intercourse with him, and he surprisingly claimed she gave some form of verbal consent to the act. He then disturbingly alleged that the 17-year-old in Washington then quickly took separate turns engaging in sexual intercourse with Maddie right in the cramped back seat of the sedan. Carver would later tell the attending deputies that he felt deeply uncomfortable and openly hated what was happening right in front of him. But despite his claims of moral discomfort, he also admitted to the authorities that Maddie was visibly far too impaired by alcohol to be capable of giving any form of proper, informed consent to the sexual activity. Tragically, Carver, sitting right there in the driver's seat, pulled out his personal phone and began to actively record the events unfolding in the back of his car. He even narrated the entire chilling scene of a young woman's violation, his calm voice providing a chilling counterpoint to the disturbing sounds coming from the back seat. The videos he captured on his phone, which were later shared widely with others, clearly showed Maddie barely able to speak coherently or even stand up, her body noticeably limp and completely unresponsive throughout the events. In one of the incredibly disturbing recordings, a person can be clearly heard laughing callously while Maddie was being sexually assaulted by the men. The formal legal definition of rape in the state of Louisiana is absolutely clear on the issue of consent. It strictly includes specific instances where the victim is clearly incapable of resisting the action or completely incapable of understanding the true nature of the act due to significant intoxication. A subsequent toxicology report would later devastatingly reveal that Maddie's blood alcohol concentration, or BAC, was a staggering level of nearly 4 times the legal driving limit for the state. At such an incredibly high level of intoxication, the legal ability to consent is both medically and legally non-existent under Louisiana law. The shocking legal conclusion that Maddie was medically and legally incapable of giving any form of meaningful consent completely sealed the nature of the sexual assault that had occurred in the car. After the alleged brutal assault was complete, the 4 men casually told Maddie to get directly out of the sedan. They deliberately dropped her off on the quiet side of Burbank Drive, which is a busy, major 4-lane highway located in the Pelican Lakes subdivision. This was an unfamiliar, dark place for Maddie, situated far away from the safety of her LSU home or the immediate helpful presence of her close friends. She was completely alone, disoriented from the extreme intoxication, and profoundly vulnerable to the outside world. What tragically happened next was a devastating tragedy compounded severely by another unthinkable one. Maddie, wandering aimlessly in a confused, disoriented state of mind, sadly walked directly into the path of a rapidly oncoming car. At precisely 2:50 a.m., the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office Traffic Division immediately received an urgent call reporting a pedestrian who had been tragically struck by a moving vehicle. The driver of the car immediately called for urgent help and was not found to be impaired, nor was he formally charged with any crime in the accident. Maddie was rushed rapidly to a local hospital with multiple severe traumatic injuries to her body. She bravely fought for her life in the hospital, but her internal injuries were tragically far too severe to overcome. Madison Brooks was formally pronounced dead, her promising young life cut short in the most brutal and completely senseless way imaginable. In a final, profound act of generosity, Maddie gave the incredible gift of life to others through her own tragic death. As a registered organ donor, her vital heart and kidneys were successfully donated to multiple recipients who were in desperate need of them. It was a final, selfless act of true kindness from a vibrant young woman whose own life had been so cruelly and violently taken away from her. The initial police investigation focused exclusively on the traffic accident, which appeared to be a seemingly straightforward case of a single pedestrian being struck by an unfortunate vehicle. But for Maddie's intensely grieving family, something about the situation felt profoundly and terribly wrong in the official account. They knew their daughter intimately, and they knew in their hearts that she would never have been aimlessly wandering alone on a dark, busy highway in the middle of the cold night. In the crucial hours immediately following Maddie's devastating death, a state trooper who was an acquaintance of the family quickly reached out directly to the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office with important additional information. The heartbroken family had been receiving multiple videos and urgent messages on various social media platforms from Maddie's close friends, all showing her activities on the terrible night she died. They learned the shocking truth that Maddie had visibly left Reggie's bar with 4 young men, none of whom she personally knew, and they expressed their grave concern that she may have been severely sexually assaulted by the group before the tragic crash occurred. The family's emotional and urgent pleas for a deeper, more thorough investigation were finally heard by the authorities. When detectives immediately arrived at Reggie's bar the very next day after Maddie's death, the owner, Darren Adams, quickly informed them that he had already shown the heartbreaking surveillance footage from that night to the worried family. The damning video footage explicitly confirmed the family's very worst fears. It clearly showed Maddie leaving the bar with 1 white male and 3 black males, exactly as the family had suspected. Armed with this irrefutable visual information, the determined family aggressively pressed law enforcement officials to investigate the very real possibility of a severe sexual assault having occurred. The intense focus of the entire case dramatically shifted in an instant. What had started merely as a traffic fatality investigation suddenly became a full-blown rape investigation that needed immediate police resources. The focused investigation rapidly moved forward. Detectives quickly and successfully identified the 4 men who had been seen leaving the bar with Maddie. Kaysine Carver, the driver, Keon Washington, the 17-year-old, and Washington's uncle, Everett Lee. All 4 men were quickly brought in by police for intense questioning, and the complete, horrific story of exactly what had happened inside Carver's car began to fully emerge to the investigators. Carver's key admission that Maddie was simply too impaired and drunk to legally consent, coupled with the overwhelming video evidence found on his phone, provided the definitive basis for all their subsequent arrests. On January 23, 2023, the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office proudly announced that all 4 suspects had been successfully apprehended and officially charged with crimes. Keon Washington and the 17-year-old were formally charged with third-degree rape. Kaysine Carver and Everett Lee were instead charged with principal to third-degree rape, which means they were physically present during the act and actively facilitated the crime. But they did not personally participate in the physical sexual act of rape itself. The arrests brought a grim sense of necessary satisfaction to both Maddie's heartbroken family and the entire local community. However, the arrests only represented the tragic beginning of a long, incredibly arduous legal battle that lay ahead. The 3 adult suspects, Carver, Washington, and Lee, were controversially released on bail only a very short time after their initial arrests by the police. The 17-year-old male was also later formally charged as an adult in the severe case. The formal, imposed conditions of their temporary bail included the mandatory wearing of ankle monitors, being subjected to house arrest restrictions, and being explicitly prohibited from posting about the high-profile case on any social media platforms or contacting Maddie's grieving family members. The case instantly drew intense, continuous media attention and massive public outrage across the state. The shocking story of a vibrant young LSU student who was allegedly violently raped and then callously left to die on a dark, busy road struck a raw, exposed nerve in the community and far beyond state lines. LSU President William F. Tate IV issued a powerful, immediate statement that openly condemned what had happened to Maddie as evil, calling strongly for decisive action to immediately address the underlying culture that allowed such an unimaginable tragedy to occur on their campus. The defense attorneys, meanwhile, were extremely quick to forcefully mount a completely different counter-narrative to the public. Ron Haley, the lawyer representing Washington and Lee, publicly and loudly declared that what had happened was absolutely not a rape, but a tragedy. He loudly claimed to possess video evidence that would legally prove Maddie had fully consented to the sexual encounter with the men. This specific claim was immediately met with fierce, public rebuttal from Maddie's family and their attorney, Carrie Miller. She was raped, Miller unequivocally stated to the media. Rape is rape. It's just a horrific, terrible situation. She bravely added that, to the extent those involved wanted to actively blame the victim, the family would stand up for Maddie, stating, "That's not right." In a chilling example of what the unimaginable act truly meant, the autopsy report was eventually leaked to the local media. It sadly revealed abrasions and bruising on Maddie's backside that the coroner had noted were suspicious of sexual assault. However, the report also confusingly stated that there was absolutely no sign of vaginal trauma, and DNA from the 4 suspects was not found internally inside Maddie's body. The only DNA found by forensics was from Keon Washington, located only on the exterior of Maddie's genitals. The defense team quickly seized on this highly contradictory finding. One DNA expert, Jared Ambo, even offensively argued that the lack of internal DNA evidence strongly suggested that no rape had legally occurred at all. He then went so far as to controversially say that the family should actually be comforted by this specific finding, a profoundly insensitive statement that was immediately met with intense public outrage. The methodical prosecution quickly countered that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. They insisted that the bruising, Maddie's extreme, documented intoxication, and the overwhelming video evidence were more than legally sufficient to definitively prove the serious charges against the men. The unimaginable act of callousness was further demonstrated by a subsequent indictment. In January 2024, a special grand jury indicted Carver on an additional charge of video voyeurism for illegally recording the sexual assault and then sharing the explicit video without Maddie's explicit consent. This new charge, while carrying a relatively light sentence, shockingly added another clear layer of depravity to the already terrible case. The legal proceedings that followed the arrests of the 4 men were extremely fraught with legal maneuvering and continuous controversy for the state of Louisiana. In May, Kaysine Carver, the driver and recorder, was formally indicted on the much more serious charges of first-degree rape and third-degree rape by the grand jury. A significant and incredibly contentious point of dispute in the ongoing case revolved intensely around the difficult legal issue of the admissibility of Maddie's alleged past sexual history. The defense attorneys for Carver and another suspect, Desmond Carter, who was the 17-year-old later identified and charged as an adult, sought aggressively to legally introduce evidence of an alleged consensual sexual encounter Maddie had had with another man the day before she tragically died. They brazenly argued in court that this prior encounter could logically explain the physical injuries, specifically the abrasions and bruising, that were found during her autopsy. The determined prosecution, led by District Attorney Hiller Moore, vehemently opposed this blatant move by the defense, powerfully arguing that it was a classic, shameful case of victim blaming and completely irrelevant to the central legal question of whether Maddie had been criminally raped on the actual night of her death. In a major, defining victory for the prosecution team, an appeals court definitively ruled in March 2025 that Maddie's prior sexual history was legally not admissible in the upcoming trial. The appeals court firmly stated that the fundamental right to legally present a complete defense does not require the trial court to allow irrelevant evidence or evidence with such critically little probative value that it is legally and substantially outweighed by other legitimate considerations of justice. The Louisiana Supreme Court later officially upheld this important, definitive decision by the appeals court. Another deep source of intense controversy and concern for the prosecution was the specific judge who was initially assigned to the high-profile case, Judge Gail Ray Horn. Maddie's heartbroken family and the district attorney's office publicly expressed extremely serious concerns about Judge Horn's impartiality and possible bias. Her son is actually a convicted serial rapist, and she possessed a known record of numerous past rulings that were generally viewed as visibly lenient toward those individuals who were accused of sexual assault crimes. The district attorney's office formally filed a motion to immediately recuse or remove Judge Horn from the case, a controversial motion that was still officially pending as of late 2025. Maddie's devastated mother, Ashley Bostard, spoke out forcefully and passionately against Judge Horn's direct involvement in her daughter's case. "It is my duty to demand that her case be heard before a court that is fair, impartial, and free of conflicts of interest," she powerfully stated. Judge Gail Horn simply cannot preside over this case in good conscience. In a very surprising legal maneuver, Casing Carver officially waived his right to a jury trial in September 2025. This significant legal decision meant that his ultimate fate would now be determined entirely by a judge alone, known as a bench trial. His attorney, Joe Long, publicly stated that he sincerely did not believe Carver could possibly receive a fair trial from an unbiased, regular jury, given the extremely high-profile nature of the case and the powerful, strong public opinions that had already firmly formed against his client. This tactical decision also meant that even if the pending motion to recuse Judge Horn were to be successfully granted, Carver's eventual trial would still remain a bench trial, simply heard by a different, assigned judge. Carver's final trial date was formally set for December 1st, 2025. Throughout this entire agonizing ordeal, Maddie's courageous family has remained a powerful pillar of unwavering strength and a relentless force actively demanding justice. They have been forced to publicly endure not only the unimaginable, profound grief of senselessly losing their beloved daughter, but also what their legal attorney tragically called a coordinated smear campaign by the aggressive defense. They have consistently spoken out publicly, not only to honor their precious daughter Maddie's memory, but also to fiercely advocate for necessary changes that could potentially prevent similar tragedies from ever happening to other young adults. In Maddie's honored memory, they successfully established the Madison Brooks Foundation, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to providing essential financial help to those in immediate need, actively advocating for the necessary safety of all young adults, and broadly spreading essential awareness about the vital importance of organ donation. The case of Madison Brooks is an absolutely heartbreaking story of a vibrant young life that was brutally cut short, a single night of youthful indulgence that spiraled tragically into a waking nightmare of severe sexual violence and completely preventable death. It is a powerful, profound story that has forcefully exposed the dark, dangerous underbelly of a known party culture where tragic vulnerability is openly exploited and where the legal concept of consent is often treated as nothing more than a blurred, insignificant line. It is a true story of one family's unwavering, powerful love and their continuous, persistent quest for profound justice within a complex legal system that can tragically be both an imperfect shield and a double-edged sword. As the major trial date quickly approaches, the haunting legal questions that have persistently plagued this case from the very beginning tragically still remain. The outcome will not only determine the precise fate of the four accused men, but will also definitively send a powerful, clear message about the fundamental value of a young woman's life and the true meaning of justice in the horrifying face of an unspeakable tragedy. It is a story that will undoubtedly continue to echo loudly long after the final gavel has officially fallen in the courtroom. Madison Brooks' memory lives on, a profound legacy of a young woman who, even tragically in death, bravely continues to fight for a much safer world where absolutely no one else has to tragically suffer her terrible, preventable fate. That unimaginable act of moral failure shattered one family, but what tragically happened in Winnipeg, Manitoba, just 10 years earlier, was an unimaginable act of psychological devastation that destroyed an entire family from within. The vast, flat expanse of the Canadian prairie stretches to the horizon, but behind the smiling, curated pictures on her Facebook page, 32-year-old Lisa Gibson was quickly descending into the deep darkness of postpartum depression and psychosis. At around 8 a.m. on Wednesday, July 24, 2013, a hang-up call was placed to 911 from the Gibson home, and when police arrived, they found 2-year-old Anna and 3-month-old Nicholas unresponsive in the upstairs bathtub, leaving investigators asking, how could a loving, doting mother succumb to an internal illness that made her commit a devastating, unimaginable act of violence against her own 2 small children? From the seemingly perfect outside perspective, Lisa Gibson appeared to have absolutely everything a loving, young mother could possibly desire in her life. At the age of 32, she was visibly bright and highly accomplished, a successful woman who had diligently built a beautiful life with her kind husband, Brian, a life that seemed perpetually filled with immense love and endless promise. Her public Facebook page was meticulously curated, acting as a constantly glowing gallery of apparent happiness, a true testament to a life that was successfully lived in the warm, secure glow of familial affection and security. The Gibson home was a neat, welcoming two-story house located in the quiet, leafy Westwood suburb of Winnipeg, a place with a well-tended lawn and a children's basketball hoop standing proudly in the driveway. This picture of tranquility served as a powerful symbol of middle-class aspiration and complete domestic tranquility to all the neighbors. There were numerous pictures of her 2-year-old daughter, Anna, a vibrant, widely smiling toddler with a visible shock of blonde hair and an incredibly infectious spirit that she shared with everyone. The very last public post, made from mid-June 2013, was a sweet picture of Anna captioned simply, "Man, I love this kid," a loving expression that perfectly encapsulated her visible devotion. In late April, the family had joyfully welcomed a new, beautiful addition to their family, a healthy baby boy they lovingly named Nicholas. The family's online photo album quickly grew, rapidly filling up with numerous images of a seemingly blissful family of 4. A constantly proud father, a visibly doting mother, and 2 perfect, healthy, beautiful children. But public social media is merely a blank canvas for constructed illusion, a digital, manufactured place where the messy, complicated, raw truths of real life are always carefully cropped out, leaving only the most smiling, most sunlit, perfect moments for the world to see. Behind the bright, digital facade of Lisa Gibson's seemingly perfect life, a terrible, internal darkness was quickly and aggressively gathering within her mind. It was an incredibly insidious, rapidly creeping shadow, a profound, internal malady of the mind that is just as old as motherhood itself, yet tragically remains heavily shrouded in public stigma and deep misunderstanding to this very day. Lisa Gibson was devastatingly suffering from postpartum depression, a serious internal condition that was slowly, inexorably pulling her entire consciousness under a relentless internal current. This internal current was drawing her quickly into a dark, suffocating world of intense anxiety, overwhelming fear, and absolute despair that absolutely no one on the outside could truly see or fully comprehend. The birth of a precious child is culturally meant to be an immense time of pure, unadulterated joy for a woman and her family. But for numerous women, it tragically becomes a profound biological and incredibly difficult emotional crucible, a perfect, internal storm of chemical and emotional distress. The profound, wild hormonal fluctuations, the overwhelming and relentless sleep deprivation, and the immense, crushing, heavy weight of total responsibility for a fragile, demanding new life can often combine to create a perfect storm for an already vulnerable mind. For Lisa Gibson, the internal storm tragically proved to be exceptionally violent, far more than a typical mother could handle alone. In the agonizing weeks and months that quickly followed little Nicholas's birth, the visibly vibrant, constantly happy woman her close family knew began to slowly, inexorably recede from their sight, tragically replaced by a stranger in her own home. This stranger was a hollowed-out, frighteningly unstable version of her former self, constantly haunted by a deep sadness she could not accurately name and an intense, irrational fear she found impossible to articulate clearly to anyone. Her concerned neighbors began to quickly notice the distinct, troubling change in her public behavior and demeanor. They would frequently see her walking in the peaceful neighborhood, but strikingly, she was never once alone with her 2 young children. She was consistently and noticeably accompanied everywhere by an older, watchful woman, most likely her own mother or her kind mother-in-law, who was a constant, almost watchful presence by her side. One neighbor specifically recalled seeing Lisa stopped at a traffic stop sign, her car engine idling patiently, yet her eyes were hauntingly fixed in a blank, deeply unsettling stare into the distance. "She'd just be staring at you," the concerned neighbor later remembered to police, I thought it was kind of weird, the person quickly added. The energetic woman, who had once been an active, openly engaged part of the local community, was quickly and sadly becoming a ghost haunting her very own life, a silent, constantly watchful figure, tragically lingering on the emotional periphery of her family. Her loving family was absolutely aware of her internal struggle with the depression. They were tirelessly doing everything humanly possible they could to strongly support her through the emotional turbulence. In early to mid-July, she was reportedly diagnosed by a professional doctor with postpartum depression and formally prescribed appropriate medication to aid in her recovery. She was clearly seeking professional treatment, aggressively trying to emotionally fight her way back up to the surface and reclaim her life. But the pervasive, dark illness had secured a powerful, relentless, internal grip on her mind. It quickly became far more than merely the baby blues, far more than just the common worry and intense exhaustion that all new mothers inevitably feel after giving birth. It had fully transformed into a deep, pathological despair, a terrifying chemical imbalance that was relentlessly warping her complete perception of reality. The illness was tragically twisting her deep, maternal love for her beautiful children into something dark, sinister, and absolutely terrifying to her. She began to believe deeply in an irrational reality where only harm could truly free them both. On the quiet, unassuming morning of Wednesday, July 24, 2013, the already fragile piece of Cridge Park Drive was completely and violently shattered forever. At around precisely 8 o'clock a.m., a concerned welfare call was inexplicably placed to 911 from the Gibson family home. The call was immediately registered as a mysterious hang-up, a terrifying, silent plea for help that spoke tragic volumes to the authorities. Police officers were immediately dispatched to the Gibson house. What was initially a routine wellness check was shockingly about to quickly escalate into a scene of complete, unimaginable horror and despair. The first responding officers to officially arrive on the quiet residential scene found a house that was unsettlingly eerily quiet and completely silent. There was absolutely no initial sign of any struggle, no clear, obvious indication of the profound tragedy that was rapidly about to unfold before their eyes. The intense, tragic details of exactly what happened next would quickly become a critical matter of intense public debate and subsequent internal police review for years. But the final, brutal, undeniable outcome was chillingly clear to everyone involved. Sometime after the police officers had initially arrived, the children's loving grandmother, who had also rushed immediately to the scene in a panic, made a horrifying discovery that would tragically haunt her for the entire remainder of her life. In an upstairs bathroom bathtub, she chillingly found the small, still bodies of 2-year-old Anna and 3-month-old Nicholas. Both were completely unresponsive and tragically submerged in the bathwater. The quiet suburban street instantly erupted into a massive maelstrom of flashing emergency lights and frantic, intense activity as more responders arrived. Anna, the vibrant 2-year-old, and Nicholas, the helpless 3-month-old baby boy, were quickly rushed to the nearest hospital. Their tiny bodies were tragic, innocent victims of a profound crime that was not yet fully understood by the authorities. But tragically, it was already far too late for the children. Anna and Nicholas could not be revived in the emergency room and were formally pronounced dead shortly after their arrival. In the immediate chaos and deep confusion of the initial police response, a horrifying and deeply disturbing realization suddenly dawned upon the investigators. The mother, Lisa Gibson, was completely gone. She had simply vanished without a trace. Her car was still conspicuously parked in the driveway, and both her purse and her keys were found left behind inside the house. She had simply disappeared, melting silently away into the quiet morning, leaving behind her a terrible scene of unspeakable, profound tragedy. The police immediately launched a massive, desperate search operation. The entire investigation instantly became a desperate, challenging two-pronged effort. A frantic hunt for a significant person of interest in a horrific double homicide, and a concurrent search for a missing and very likely deeply disturbed woman. The Specialized Homicide Unit immediately took the official lead in the complex investigation, Their continuous presence on the quiet residential street was a grim, stark testament to the true gravity of the situation for the entire community. Police quickly taped off the entrance to a large park that was located directly across from the Gibson home, and numerous officers rapidly fanned out methodically through the peaceful neighborhood. Their faces were visibly grim and set, their painstaking search for the missing mother intense and unrelenting. As the devastating news of the tragedy rapidly spread, an immense wave of intense shock and utter disbelief washed powerfully over the entire city of Winnipeg. The police were extremely careful and measured with their public language. They officially referred to Lisa only as a person of interest, a cautious legal term that did very little to quell the immediate, raging storm of intense public speculation that was already brewing intensely. They quickly released her photograph to the media, a haunting picture of a visibly smiling, happy woman that stood in stark, devastating contrast to the dark, horrifying reality of that terrible day. They passionately pleaded with the general public for any useful information, for any possible sighting of the 32-year-old mother who had simply disappeared completely into thin air. The massive search for Lisa rapidly intensified in the coming hours and days. Numerous tips quickly poured into the police tip line, including multiple reported sightings of a deeply distraught woman, clad only in pajama pants, who was reportedly seen wandering aimlessly in the area. The primary focus of the entire search quickly shifted directly to the city's major rivers, the dark, murky waters of the Assiniboine and the Red River, which snaked their slow way through the historical heart of Winnipeg. On Friday, July 26th, precisely 2 agonizing days after the small children were tragically found unresponsive, police divers began a methodical, intense search of the Assiniboine River near the family's old home. The powerful image of the divers slowly disappearing into the cold, brown river water was a poignant, symbolic moment of the entire city's descent into a shared, profound nightmare. That very same day, the police formally confirmed what many concerned people had already strongly suspected. Lisa had been recently prescribed strong medication for postpartum depression. The clinical term, once whispered quietly in doctors' offices, was now immediately placed right at the tragic center of a massive public tragedy. It forcefully raised a host of difficult, profoundly uncomfortable public questions about the true nature of motherhood, the devastating fragility of the vulnerable human mind, and the simple adequacy of the mental health support systems that were currently in place for all new mothers. The agonizing wait for any definite news finally came to a grim, heartbreaking end on Saturday, July 27th. The body of a woman was successfully recovered from the Red River near the Alexander Docks, a known industrial and commercial area located far from the peaceful, leafy streets of the Westwood suburb. The very next day, the police officially confirmed the entire city's very worst fears. It was Lisa Gibson. The desperate search for the mother was now formally over. But what nobody knew until the police closed the case was that her suicide was the confirmation of the unimaginable act. After more than 2 months of intense forensic analysis and numerous toxicology reports, the police officially confirmed the city's heartbreaking, tragic suspicions. Lisa Gibson had tragically drowned her 2 children before then taking her own life. The case was officially declared a formal homicide-suicide, born not of any known malice or outright greed, but instead resulting from a devastating and profound mental illness known as postpartum psychosis. Postpartum psychosis is clinically not the same condition as postpartum depression. It is instead an extremely severe and highly rare mental illness that is medically characterized by a sudden, dramatic, and terrifying break with reality. Sufferers of this extreme condition can tragically experience powerful hallucinations, severe delusions, and often paranoid beliefs that completely warp their perception. For Brian Gibson, the devastated husband and father who was left behind to navigate a vast, deep ocean of completely unimaginable grief, there were tragically no clear, easy answers to be found. He had senselessly lost his entire loving family in one single, utterly incomprehensible act of total violence that was purely born of internal illness. The profound tragedy immediately became a powerful catalyst for a necessary and long overdue public conversation about critically important maternal mental health issues. In the immediate, devastating wake of Lisa's death, calls to mental health hotlines surged dramatically. The Mood Disorders Association of Manitoba formally reported a massive tenfold increase in calls, with many worried calls coming directly from profoundly concerned fathers who were suddenly seeing similar, visible signs of distress and psychological strain in their own vulnerable partners. The profound tragedy had violently torn away the veil of deep public silence that so often surrounds postpartum mental illness, forcefully compelling the entire community to collectively confront a difficult and extremely uncomfortable but vital public truth. The profound questions that were quickly raised by Lisa Gibson's tragic death stubbornly linger in the community to this day. Was the medical care she urgently received truly adequate or enough? Could significantly more have been actively done to quickly help her overcome the darkness? The Winnipeg Regional Health Authority later formally conducted a thorough internal review and defensively stated that the psychological care Lisa had received strictly followed normal protocols. However, the terrible final outcome of the case clearly suggests that for some vulnerable individuals, the current normal protocols are tragically and demonstrably not nearly enough to prevent catastrophe. The house on Cridge Park Drive no longer belongs to the grieving Gibson family. It has since been sold to a new owner, its terrible, tragic history remaining a profound, silent, invisible scar on the quiet suburban street for all to remember. Cases like this forcefully remind us that the darkness in the world is not always caused by external threats or an obvious stranger. Sometimes the danger is deeply internal, a horrifying, unseen chasm of severe mental illness that consumes a person from the inside out. The story of Lisa Gibson is a desperate, urgent plea to listen closely to the unheard, silent cries for help. That devastating mental health tragedy ended with the finding of suicide, but what happened in Atlanta, Georgia, 3 years later was an unimaginable act of cold, moral betrayal that cut short a life dedicated to community. Barney Lamar Sims, a 70-year-old, beloved community activist and respected chairman of the Atlanta Housing Authority, was tragically found dead in his own front yard, having been shot in the back by a young man whom he was allegedly trying to mentor. On April 9, 2016, police found Sims's front door was unlocked, his Lexus car was completely missing, and a subsequent review of a Waffle House receipt placed him with the young killer just hours before the murder, leaving investigators asking, how could a respected pillar of the community, known for his generosity, be betrayed and killed so ruthlessly by a person he was actively trying to help? Barney Lamar Sims was undeniably a pillar of his community, a significant figure in the sprawling, constantly reinventing city of Atlanta. At 70 years old, he was a true giant in his Bonnybrook neighborhood, a powerful community activist whose lasting legacy was etched deeply not in cold stone monuments, but instead in the numerous lives he had actively touched and the positive, measurable change he had tirelessly championed for years. His long life was one of unwavering service, a long and truly distinguished career that saw him successfully rise to become the respected chairman of the Atlanta Housing Authority. From this powerful position, he fought relentlessly for the fundamental rights of the city's most vulnerable and marginalized residents. Even in his formal retirement, Barney's important work was far from completely finished. As the long-serving president of his neighborhood association, he was a consistently familiar and deeply beloved presence, a busy man who was just as completely comfortable quietly picking up trash on a Saturday morning as he was meeting formally with high-level city leaders inside a powerful boardroom. He deliberately chose to remain and actively stay in the tight-knit community he loved so deeply, even as local crime rates continued to tragically rise, his constant presence remaining a powerful, steadfast symbol of hope and unwavering resilience to all those around him. His welcoming home on Connolly Drive was an accurate reflection of the kind man himself, consistently unassuming, completely welcoming, and deeply rooted in the tight-knit community it actively served. It was from this modest home base that Barney Sims tirelessly orchestrated all his countless campaigns for a safer, much better neighborhood. His personal phone was a constant, active buzz of neighborhood activity, and his front door was always left wide open to anyone who was truly in immediate need of guidance or help. He was a trusted mentor, a respected father figure, a wise man whose great wisdom and innate kindness served as an immense source of strength for countless people in the area. But in the cold spring of 2016, the fragile peace of this quiet, ordinary street and the irreplaceable life of the man who served as its powerful heart were all about to be brutally and senselessly extinguished forever. The Bonnybrook neighborhood felt like a safe, ordinary part of Atlanta, insulated by the presence of a respected leader like Barney Sims. The irony was tragic. A man who was actively dedicated his entire life to fighting the pervasive violence in his city would tragically become a victim of the very same violence he worked so hard to combat and eliminate. He saw himself as a protector of his neighbors, often reaching out to troubled young people to offer them honest guidance and opportunity. The greatest danger would not come from an outside threat, but instead from the shocking betrayal of that open, sincere trust he offered so freely to his community. On the afternoon of Saturday, April 9, 2016, the familiar, comforting rhythm of local life on Connolly Drive was violently broken by a sharp, terrible sound that was both completely alien and yet all too tragically familiar to the community. The sharp, percussive crack of repeated gunshots instantly pierced the afternoon air. A close neighbor, Lumo Gray, immediately heard the disturbing sounds at around 3:30 p.m. However, in a major American city where the sound of gunfire can tragically be a part of the daily urban soundtrack, she initially and completely dismissed it. There were no accompanying screams, no loud sounds of a physical struggle, absolutely nothing to suggest that the violent end of a respected life had just occurred in broad daylight. It was not until 2 agonizing hours later, at approximately 5:30 p.m., that the horrifying, devastating truth was finally and fully revealed to the neighborhood. Looking out her window, Lumo Gray immediately saw a terrible sight that would be permanently seared into her memory. The lifeless body of her beloved neighbor, Barney Sims, was tragically lying in the bushes that separated their 2 yards. The desperate 911 call instantly brought a swarm of intense police activity directly to the once quiet street. The grim scene that immediately greeted the first arriving police responders was one of chilling, profound finality and silence. Barney Sims, the universally respected pillar of his entire community, lay tragically dead in his own front yard, the helpless victim of a senseless crime that was as brutal as it was deeply baffling to the police. An immediate, initial examination quickly revealed he had been tragically shot. The fatal wound was a devastating testament to a sudden, violent confrontation that had taken place. As determined investigators from the Atlanta Police Department quickly began to painstakingly piece together the first critical fragments of the complex puzzle, they rapidly realized that this was simply not a random act of chaotic street violence in the area. Sims's front door was found to be completely unlocked, a detail strongly suggesting to the police that he may have personally known his ruthless killer and let them inside at some point. His familiar 2006 Lexus sedan, a common sight in the neighborhood, was conspicuously missing from his driveway, providing a clear and immediate indication that robbery was a very likely primary motive for the murder. The cold-blooded murder of a man of Barney Sims' immense stature and deep respect instantly sent immediate, massive shock waves throughout the entire city. The sense of profound loss was immediately palpable and deeply felt by everyone, from the mayor's office directly down to the neighborhood watch group. "I am simply heartbroken by the senseless killing of Barney Sims," announced City Councilwoman Keisha Lance Bottoms, her heartfelt words accurately echoing the genuine sentiments of a city plunged instantly into deep mourning. The sad truth was inescapable. The kind man who had personally dedicated his entire life to successfully fighting for a safer, much better Atlanta had himself become a tragic victim of the very same violence he had so tirelessly worked to combat and eliminate. The massive investigation, which was expertly led by a determined team of homicide detectives, rapidly began with the painstaking, slow work of carefully retracing a dead man's last few steps. The detectives immediately knew that, in order to successfully find the ruthless killer, they first had to definitively understand the victim's final, brief hours before the murder. The first and most crucial piece of evidence came directly from Sims' readily available bank records. His very last purchase recorded had been made at a Waffle House restaurant located near the busy Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. This completely mundane financial transaction would ultimately prove to be the single, crucial key that unexpectedly unlocked the entire case. Detectives immediately rushed to the Waffle House location and quickly pulled the extensive surveillance footage from the continuous hours leading up to the murder. There, clearly visible on the grainy video, they instantly saw him. Barney Sims was calmly sitting at a table, sharing a casual meal with another person. Sitting directly across the table from him was a young man, a teenager with a wiry, thin frame and a face that seemed to be a blank mask of sheer youthful nonchalance to the world. The two men visually appeared to be deeply engrossed in a quiet conversation together, the scene appearing completely unremarkable, simply a quick snapshot of two people casually sharing a late meal in an ordinary 24-hour diner. But for the determined detectives, this seemingly ordinary moment was their very first, critical glimpse of the man who was most likely the last person to ever see Barney Sims truly alive. The visible image of the young man sitting across the Waffle House table from Barney Sims was immediately released by the police to the general public, and soon a specific, needed name quickly emerged from the massive digital ether. Relatives rapidly came forward and definitively identified the teenager who was clearly visible in the video footage. His name was Eric Banks Jr., and at just 17 years old, he was a mere boy who was sadly on the emotional cusp of early manhood. His young life was a world away from the established, respected, and completely stable world of Barney Sims. The relentless investigation now officially had a face, a definite name, and a clear, immediate person of interest to pursue. But merely a shared, casual meal was simply not enough irrefutable proof of cold-blooded murder. The determined detectives urgently needed significantly more hard evidence. They needed to definitively connect Eric Banks not just to the respected victim, but directly to the violent crime itself. The crucial second piece of the complex puzzle came once again from the victim's readily available finances. The ruthless killer had tragically not stopped after merely stealing Barney Sims' car from the driveway. He had also successfully stolen his wallet, and crucially, his bank card was inside the wallet. In a stunning display of either brazen, complete arrogance or pure youthful stupidity, the killer had quickly begun to use the victim's stolen card openly. The patient detectives immediately followed the clear, digital trail of damning breadcrumbs left by the killer, a persistent series of fraudulent charges that led them on a grim scavenger hunt throughout the entire city. Each financial transaction was a new, verifiable data point, another definitive piece of the complex puzzle, a strong, new nail being driven into the coffin of the killer's eventual freedom. The clear trail of financial transactions led the police directly and undeniably to the front door of Eric Banks. The overwhelming evidence was now rapidly mounting against the young suspect, a chilling chain of circumstance that was quickly tightening like a noose around his entire life. The final, definitive piece of hard evidence came when the patient police successfully located Barney Sims' stolen Lexus sedan. It was found abandoned in Banks' own neighborhood, a final, damning, irrefutable link between the young 17-year-old and the murdered civil rights leader. Only 5 short days after the tragic discovery of Barney Sims' lifeless body, the full, immense weight of the law quickly descended hard upon Eric Banks Jr. He was immediately arrested and taken into the police station for intense, necessary questioning. Initially, the young suspect was completely defiant, vehemently denying any and all involvement in the senseless murder. He confidently told the police that he had only initially met Sims through mutual friends and had sincerely hoped the older, kind man could somehow help him, serving as a trusted mentor who could safely guide him toward a much better path in life. It was a plausible story, a carefully constructed tale that truly fit perfectly with everything the entire city knew about Barney Sims' profound dedication to actively helping struggling young people in his community. But that meticulously constructed story quickly and violently began to completely unravel under the intense pressure of the evidence. Confronted with the overwhelming, irrefutable evidence, the clear Waffle House video, the numerous stolen credit card charges, and the precise, final location of the stolen car, Banks' entire story immediately began to dramatically change. The strong, confident denial quickly gave way to a full, shocking confession. But the confession was dangerously wrapped in a bizarre justification, a desperate, transparent attempt to quickly recast a cold-blooded murder as a frantic, terrifying act of necessary self-defense. But what nobody knew until the police investigated Banks's ridiculous claims was this. His elaborate claim was a complete fabrication, an ultimate act of cold, calculated betrayal against the kindness of a mentor. He falsely claimed to the police that after the shared meal at the Waffle House, Sims had driven him calmly back to his quiet home. There, while they were allegedly sitting peacefully on a front yard bench, Banks alleged that Sims had suddenly come on to him, claiming the older man had made unwanted sexual advances and had inappropriately touched him. He then claimed he had immediately felt physically threatened, and that in a sudden, panicked moment of fear, he had quickly pulled out a gun and fatally shot the older man. It was an absolutely sensational, shocking claim, a bizarre story designed solely to shock, confuse, and thoroughly muddy the already murky legal waters. It was a clear, desperate attempt to publicly assassinate the character of a kind man who could tragically no longer legally defend himself, an attempt to publicly tarnish the stellar reputation of a beloved community leader in a desperate, final bid to somehow save his own terrified skin from prison. But it was a terrible, bizarre story that the seasoned detectives and determined prosecutors did not believe for one single second of testimony. The actual physical evidence at the scene told a brutally different story of what truly happened. Barney Sims had absolutely not been shot in any kind of face-to-face confrontation, nor in any physical struggle that was born of pure panic or self-defense. He had been brutally shot twice in the back. The cold evidence definitively proved it was nothing less than a horrific execution, not a spontaneous, terrified act of self-defense. The prosecution's theory of the terrible crime was completely clear and truly chilling in its simplicity. This was purely a robbery that had gone horribly, tragically wrong for the victim. Eric Banks had clearly not been actively searching for a sincere mentor. He had purely been cold-bloodedly looking for a vulnerable mark to rob. He had clearly seen in the kind, elderly man an easy, predictable target, a ready source of quick cash and a free car. He had brutally killed him purely for his car, for his stolen wallet, and for the few meager dollars he might have had in his pocket on that day. The desperate self-defense claim was further immediately undermined by Banks's own personal actions. He had quickly confessed the same self-defense story to his own worried aunt, but his documented cold actions immediately following the murder spoke not of fear, but purely of a cold, calculated greed for money. He had ruthlessly stolen a dead man's car, openly used his stolen credit cards, and calmly gone about his life as if absolutely nothing horrible had occurred. The carefully crafted mask of the terrified, victimized teenager had completely slipped, chillingly revealing the cold, hard, definitive face of a career killer. In July 2016, a grand jury formally indicted Eric Banks Jr. on a serious raft of multiple charges, including malice murder, felony murder, armed robbery, and hijacking a motor vehicle. The complex legal process began to slowly grind forward, a slow, methodical, necessary march toward a final justice that could sadly never completely undo the profound damage that had been done to the community. Finally, on November 13, 2017, Eric Banks Jr., now 18 years old, stood solemnly before the judge in the Fulton County Court. His brief, violent career as a cold-blooded killer had finally reached its sudden, decisive end. Faced with the strong possibility of a harsh, long life sentence if the case went to trial, he wisely chose to accept a formal plea deal from the prosecution. He subsequently pleaded guilty to all charges, his honest plea serving as a necessary and final admission of guilt that instantly brought an end to all the lies, the strong denials, and the desperate, failed attempts to evade all responsibility for his truly terrible, cold actions. As part of the final plea bargain, the presiding judge formally sentenced him to 35 years in prison. It was a long, justified sentence that would successfully keep him locked behind bars until he was a middle-aged man, and it offered no possibility of parole under the state law. For the heartbroken family and close friends of Barney Sims, and for the entire city of Atlanta, the final conviction brought a deep, necessary sense of closure, but it could not possibly fill the massive, gaping void that was violently left behind by his senseless death. Mr. Sims' death was a senseless killing, leaving a large hole in our community, stated Fulton County District Attorney Paul Howard, Jr. It is our hope that this plea to murder will bring a sense of closure to the family and to the citizens of our county. Eric Banks, Jr. is currently 26 years old, serving his 35-year sentence at a state correctional facility. The sentence of 35 years with no possibility of parole was a clear, definitive statement on the betrayal of trust. Barney Sims' legacy lives on through his work, his kindness, and the continuous efforts of the community he faithfully served, a community that was tragically forced to confront the chilling, devastating reality that some evil truly hides behind a desperate, troubled young face. That profound, moral collapse proved the danger of misplaced trust, but what happened in Upper Silesia, Poland, 40 years earlier, was an unimaginable act of pure, misogynistic rage that transformed a man into a terrifying monster. In the region of Upper Silesia, known for its harsh coal mining landscape, Wim Nicola was a seemingly ordinary miner, a carpenter, a father, and a husband. Yet, driven by a cold, simmering rage fueled by a tormented childhood of constant abuse and betrayal by women, he became the self-proclaimed Frankenstein of the region. Between 1974 and 1982, he brutally murdered multiple women and attempted to murder 7 others, leaving investigators asking, how could an unassuming, local man, living a completely ordinary life, transform into a monster solely driven by the terrifying ambition to become more famous than a previous serial killer? Wim Nicola was a local man tragically born of immense deep resentment and tragically nurtured by a heavy, constantly simmering, internal rage that violently warped his entire emotional landscape. His traumatic life began on September 8, 1952, in the city of Bedtime, a sprawling industrial city in Poland that was completely built upon a foundation of cold, hard coal. In this desolate place, a man's identity was primarily forged in the immense heat of the constant furnaces and the profound darkness of the treacherous, unforgiving mines. Nicola was emotionally a child of a deeply fractured heritage, with his father being German and his mother being fiercely Polish. This difficult, dual heritage fact tragically made him a perennial outsider in the intense post-war years, constantly a sad target for the cruel, relentless taunts of the neighborhood children. This pervasive sense of complete otherness and deep isolation was only severely compounded by a truly brutal and utterly loveless upbringing at home. His mother, a cold woman who clearly viewed him as a massive burden on her life, openly disdained his known German roots, cruelly calling him a Polish and relentlessly subjecting him to a fierce, continuous campaign of both severe psychological and physical abuse. His stern, incredibly unforgiving grandmother, a figure of absolute authority, mercilessly meted out violent punishments for even the smallest, most minor of youthful transgressions he committed. The small family home that should have naturally served as a safe, emotional sanctuary was instead a terrifying crucible of constant violence and harsh emotional rejection. It was a desolate place where the young Wim tragically learned the devastating emotional lesson that he was completely unwanted, entirely unloved, and generally unworthy of basic human affection. This deeply toxic emotional environment was further openly poisoned by his mother's severely promiscuous and chaotic lifestyle. She would frequently bring numerous men home with her, her illicit liaisons deliberately conducted in the full, constant view of her impressionable young son. This spectacle was a bizarre, traumatic event that profoundly warped his nascent, developing understanding of both human sexuality and emotional intimacy forever. He was tragically forced to be a silent, completely unwilling audience to a disturbing world of intense adult desires that he simply could not fully comprehend or integrate. It was a world from which he felt profoundly, and utterly excluded emotionally. This very early, traumatic exposure to a profoundly distorted version of female sexuality, relentlessly combined with the constant, crushing rejection from the primary female figures who dominated his young life, sadly planted the final, fatal seeds of a deadly and deep-seated misogyny within his soul. He dangerously grew to actively view all women not as unique individuals or valued partners, but instead as treacherous, duplicitous, monolithic creatures. For him, this one gender became the singular, tragic source of all his raw, emotional pain and constant, deep humiliation in the world. His very first serious brush with the formal law came when he was just a young teenager. He was formally accused of a severe sexual assault crime, a charge for which he fiercely protested his innocence to the police. The specific details of the complex legal case remain largely murky to this day, but the tragic final outcome was life-altering and unforgettable for young Wim. In a stunning, ultimate move that he would forever bitterly view as the absolute betrayal, his own mother openly sided with the victim in court, a choice that permanently reinforced his already twisted, dark belief that all women were a cabal, a collective sisterhood of vipers actively aligned against him. He was quickly convicted of the serious crime and was immediately sent to prison to serve a 3-year sentence. In the extremely brutal, unforgiving world of the tough Polish penal system, his already simmering resentment tragically quickly curdled into a cold, hard, definitive hatred of all women. It lit the hatred inside of me, he later chillingly confessed to investigators. When I got out, I wanted to get revenge on women. This hatred was against all women, he fully admitted. The prison system had utterly failed to successfully reform him. Instead, it had powerfully forged him into a single, highly dangerous weapon of misogynistic rage. Upon his eventual release from prison, Nikola attempted to desperately build a life of outward, conventional respectability in his community. He successfully became a miner, a qualified carpenter, a husband, and a devoted father to his own sons. He was, to all outward appearances, a completely ordinary, model citizen in the socialist state, a hard-working man who was visibly providing diligently for his own family. But tragically, beneath this thin, unremarkable veneer of completely normal existence, the fully formed monster he had become was patiently waiting, remaining both watchful and completely silent for the precise opportunity to unleash his pent-up, internalized rage on the community. He then discovered his true, deadly inspiration actively circulating in the daily headlines. In the early 1970s, the entire Silesian region was firmly gripped by the intense public fear of another active serial killer, Zdzisław Marchwicki, who was infamously known as the Vampire of Zagłębie. Marchwicki's long reign of raw terror had left a deeply visible, lasting scar on the collective psyche of the entire region. The local newspapers were completely filled with the lurid, daily details of his horrific crimes, and his known name was constantly whispered in hushed, deeply fearful tones by everyone. For Nikola, the notorious Marchwicki was consciously not seen as an object to be intensely feared, but instead as a powerful, inspirational figure to be fully emulated. Marchwicki was a man who had successfully transcended his own mundane, utterly insignificant existence. He was a killer who had successfully made the entire world take immediate notice of his dark actions. He had achieved dark fame. Nikola, the perpetually invisible, rejected boy who had always craved public attention, desperately yearned for that same powerful recognition and shocking infamy. He quickly and decisively chose that he would not simply follow quietly in Marchwicki's bloody footsteps. He would violently and completely surpass him. He would become the terrifying new vampire of the region. His first tentative, violent attack came quickly in November 1974. Maria Baraka was brutally struck suddenly from behind with a devastating blow directly to her head while she was quietly walking home. Miraculously, she physically survived the vicious assault, but her painful memory of the shocking attack remained a terrifying, hazy blur to her. She was merely the first victim, a simple trial run, a tentative, necessary step into the new world of extreme violence that Nikola was so intensely eager to fully inhabit. Only 1 year later, in November 1975, he quickly and fatally escalated the brutal attacks. Elżbieta Mikołajewska, a young 23-year-old woman, instantly became his next helpless target. Wim Nikola followed his second victim, Elżbieta Mikołajewska, his silent footsteps hidden in the grimy streets of Piekary Śląski before he brutally struck her down. He bludgeoned the young woman to death with his weapon of choice, a simple, heavy hammer or a miner's axe, a brutal, crude tool with which he was intimately familiar from his work in the dark mines. Tragically, the sheer act of cold-blooded killing was not enough to satisfy his consuming rage. In a grotesque and disturbing ritual that would eventually become his terrifying signature, he subjected her body to a series of vile post-mortem degradations, a final, chilling act of profound contempt for the entire female gender. He was now completely more than just a man consumed by an internal grudge. He was now officially a killer, a calculated predator who had tasted human blood and found it immediately to his dark liking. The local police force, whose resources were already seriously stretched thin and who were operating with the primitive forensic tools available in that era, were incredibly slow to connect the terrifying, sporadic crimes. The numerous attacks were spread randomly and sporadically across the massive, sprawling industrial landscape of Upper Silesia. Nikola was initially a true ghost, a terrifying phantom who easily slipped back into his seemingly ordinary life without suspicion, his hands stained with blood that absolutely no one could publicly see or suspect. In May 1976, he viciously struck again, claiming his third victim. Mirosława Sarnowska, a 30-year-old local woman, became his next helpless victim. In a chilling, unbelievable twist of fate and deep irony, Sarnowska was a woman who had previously survived a brutal attack by the original vampire of Zagłębie, Zdzisław Marczewski, years earlier. Her previous testimony had been absolutely crucial in securing Marczewski's conviction for his crimes. Now, in a cruel, painful echo of her past, she found herself helplessly caught in the deadly crosshairs of a new predator. Nikola clearly saw her as a direct link to the dark fame and notoriety he so desperately and obsessively craved in the public eye. Nikola brutally murdered her in Hajuki, another severe, merciless bludgeoning attack that once again tragically ended in the same horrific ritual of post-mortem violation. For Nikola, this single act was much more than just another cold killing. It was a deeply symbolic action, a perceived dark passing of the terrifying torch from the infamous old vampire to the terrifying new one in the public mind. The pervasive terror continued its relentless spread throughout the region. In October 1976, he tragically murdered 26-year-old Teresa Rims right in his own hometown of Bedtime. Nikola was now quickly becoming much bolder in his movements and significantly more confident in his own ability to evade capture. Investigators now believe he viciously attacked at least 7 other women who, by some profound, lucky miracle, somehow managed to physically survive their traumatic encounter with the terrifying Frankenstein of Silesia. These numerous failed murder attempts, far from intimidating or deterring him, tragically seemed only to relentlessly fuel his pure rage. His deep frustration quickly manifested itself in the increasing severity and brutality of his next successful, fatal attacks. For 3 long, agonizing years, the entire industrial region lived in crippling fear of the unseen monster. The dedicated police force was working under intense, continuous public pressure, but they were tragically chasing nothing more than a ghost, a terrifying shadow with no clear face. Nikola was a true master of living a complex, internal double life. By daylight, he was merely a hard-working miner, a polite husband, and a devoted father to his children, a man who blended seamlessly and invisibly into the ordinary fabric of his community. By the darkness of night, he transformed into a horrifying monster, a cruel creature of pure, unadulterated rage, who prowled the dark, industrial landscape, tirelessly searching for his next helpless victim. In September 1979, the patient police finally managed to catch a strong break in the baffling case. Nikola was immediately arrested and named as a significant suspect in one of the recent attempted murders of a woman. But the clever phantom killer proved to be extremely slippery in custody. He immediately presented an airtight alibi to the police, seemingly ironclad proof that he had been actively working deep underground in the mine at the precise time of the savage attack. His official work card, a document that meticulously tracked all his daily hours, clearly showed that he had been toiling underground alongside his numerous fellow miners. He was subsequently released from police custody due to this official documentation. It was a catastrophic, profound mistake by the authorities, a terrible administrative failure of bureaucracy that would ultimately have deadly, far-reaching consequences in the community. It would only be many years later, during his final, dramatic trial, that the real, terrifying truth behind this specific alibi would be officially and fully revealed to the court. A trusted foreman, as a simple matter of convenience and routine, had been repeatedly punching Nicola's work card for him. This routine was solely to accurately account for accrued leave time he had correctly earned through extensive overtime work at the mine, a common, informal practice in the large mining community. This bureaucratic practice had tragically and completely inadvertently provided a serial killer with an unexpected, perfect cover story for his true whereabouts on the night of the crime. The initial close call with the police seemed to temporarily shake Nicola to his very core. For the next 2.5 long years, Nicola essentially went dormant in the community. The brutal attacks abruptly stopped completely. The terrifying vampire of Bedtime seemingly vanished as completely and mysteriously as he had initially appeared. The entire region finally breathed a collective, immense sigh of relief, believing the monster was gone. But the deadly monster was tragically not gone at all. It was simply and patiently hibernating, its profound, violent rage silently festering and slowly waiting for the precise, right moment to violently re-emerge into the world and strike again. The close call with the police in 1979 and his subsequent 2.5-year period of violent dormancy only meant that the dangerous monster was simply and patiently waiting for the moment to re-emerge. The final, fatal mistake that ultimately ended his reign of terror came devastatingly from within his own immediate family circle. Wim Nicola was officially a husband and a father to 2 sons, but he also had a very young sister-in-law, a 17-year-old girl named Bogusława Ludiga. Nicola had developed a deeply dark, incestuous, and possessive obsession with the young girl, a dangerous desire that he desperately struggled with, but tragically failed to fully contain within himself. On May 8, 1982, that consuming, sick obsession reached its terrible, inevitable, and violent conclusion in the community. He successfully lured Bogusława to a secluded, remote spot, a quiet wooded area located in Pikary Śląski. There, in the terrifying silence of the secluded forest, he violently sexually assaulted her, and then, in a final, vicious act of intense possessive rage, he brutally killed her. His cold, cruel weapon of choice was the exact same brutal bludgeon he had methodically used on his previous, helpless victims, proving his identity in the attack. This final, specific crime was different, however, because there was absolutely no anonymity this time, no dark, shadowy street corner to easily melt back into for him. This devastating crime was incredibly personal. Nicola quickly realized he had to construct an elaborate, believable story, a convincing public lie that would successfully explain the completely unexpected death of his very own sister-in-law to his family and the police. He immediately went to the local police department and formally reported that Bogusława had tragically died in a sudden, tragic accident, claiming it was merely an accidental fall in the woods. His ridiculous story was incredibly flimsy and instantly aroused immediate, deep suspicion from the authorities. The meticulous police investigation into her tragic death quickly and successfully uncovered the elaborate lie he had told. The subsequent detailed autopsy revealed unequivocally that she had sadly died from severe blunt force trauma that was specifically delivered to the top of her skull, a massive, fatal wound that was completely inconsistent with a simple fall or a typical accident. The autopsy also confirmed that she had very recently engaged in sexual intercourse. The immediate focus of the active investigation quickly shifted directly and undeniably to the very last man who had formally found the body and the last man to see her alive, her brother-in-law, Wim Nicola. The investigative net was rapidly and successfully closing tightly around him. The police, now viewing Nicola not merely as a desperate suspect in the singular death of his sister-in-law, but terrifyingly as a definite, key potential suspect in the long string of unsolved murders that had actively terrorized the entire region for numerous years, immediately decided to set a clever, public trap for him. They waited patiently for the right time. They formally allowed the grieving Ludiga family to proceed publicly with the necessary funeral arrangements, a somber and truly heartbreaking affair for the entire local community. And then, in a dramatic move of stunning, overwhelming theatricality, the police instantly made their powerful, decisive move. As the large, emotionally grieving family stood together by the graveside, the police suddenly and immediately descended upon the gathering, dramatically arresting Wim Nicola in the full, powerful view of all the mourners present at the cemetery. His undeniable guilt was symbolically and powerfully laid completely bare in a terrifying public spectacle right at the very funeral of his final helpless victim. The dramatic public arrest instantly sent massive shock waves of disbelief throughout the entire community. The unassuming, ordinary man they had universally known as a quiet neighbor, a reliable colleague, and a polite friend was now openly and definitively being accused of being the terrifying, cold-blooded monster who had actively haunted their terrible nightmares for years. Once taken into full custody, Nicola's fragile, artificial facade of completely normal domesticity finally and violently crumbled completely. Faced with the irrefutable, overwhelming physical and circumstantial evidence of his complete guilt in the calculated murder of his sister-in-law, he immediately began to speak openly to the investigators. He quickly confessed to them, not merely to the single, tragic murder of Bogaswawa, but shockingly to the entire long, bloody spree of murders he had committed. He then recounted the numerous, terrible details of his horrific crimes with a chilling, detached sense of profound pride. His complete confession became a final grotesque public performance for an immense audience he had clearly always desperately craved throughout his insignificant life. He spoke openly of his intense, deep-seated hatred for all women, his profound, consuming desire for personal revenge, and his dark, driving ambition to quickly become far more publicly famous than the now imprisoned vampire of Zagwembe. Tragically, he had finally and decisively achieved his dark, violent goal of infamy. He was now an official star, his terrifying name permanently etched into the dark, cold pantheon of Poland's most notorious and horrifying serial killers. His subsequent legal trial was a massive public sensation for the country. The entire courtroom was tightly packed, with the public hungry and desperate for a singular glimpse of the quiet man who had actively terrorized them all for so many long years. Nicola, completely reveling in the intense public spotlight, visibly seemed to genuinely enjoy the complex court proceedings. He showed absolutely no visible remorse, no emotional empathy, and no genuine regret for any of his numerous, helpless victims. His only clear, expressed concern was exclusively for his own monstrous legacy, his permanent dark place in the official annals of Polish crime history. He was ultimately found definitively guilty of 5 brutal murders and an additional 7 attempted murders. In the nation of Poland, which still legally maintained the death penalty for capital offenses, the final, decisive sentence was a complete foregone conclusion. He was formally condemned to die for his numerous crimes. On October 28, 1985, just a few short weeks immediately after his 33rd birthday, Wim Nicola was formally led to the gallows at a prison in Krakow. He was subsequently hanged, his violent life abruptly and definitively extinguished in a final, public, state-sanctioned act of cold violence. His swift execution formally marked the permanent end of a terrible chapter of intense fear for the innocent people of Silesia. Wim Nicola's story remains a chilling, devastating study in the sudden destructive genesis of a true monster. It is a terrifying story of a traumatic childhood that was utterly steeped in constant abuse and profound emotional rejection. The story of a vulnerable mind that was fatally poisoned by a deep, toxic misogyny, and the tragedy of an entire socialist society that, for a terrifying period of time, proved completely unable to easily see the true killer hiding in plain sight in its midst. The house he lived in was eventually demolished, and his family fled the city. The memory of the Frankenstein of Silesia remains, a permanent dark scar on the collective memory of the industrial heartland he terrorized. The terrifying psychological darkness of that moral failure was rooted in childhood abuse, but just 2 decades later, a baffling, personal disappearance in Oregon created an unresolved contradiction that hinged on what the killer left behind. On the crisp morning of May 24, 2004, 19-year-old BYU student Brooke Wilberger was working on a quiet cleaning job at the Oak Park Apartments in Corvallis, Oregon, near the university. Brooke, dressed in jeans and flip-flops, simply vanished from the parking lot between 10:30 a.m. and noon, leaving her keys and purse inside the apartment and her flip-flops abandoned near a lamppost, leaving investigators asking, how could a young woman disappear without a trace in broad daylight from a safe college apartment complex, leaving no evidence of struggle beyond her small sandals? Brooke Carol Wilberger was a bright-eyed 19-year-old with sun-kissed blonde hair and a beautiful smile that possessed the ability to light up even the dimmest room with her presence. She had only just finished her successful freshman year at Brigham Young University in Provo, Utah, where she had fully immersed herself in her chosen studies, her profound faith, and the close-knit community of her church ward. Brooke was the 5th of 6 children in an incredibly loving family, successfully raised in the small, picturesque town of Veneta near Eugene, Oregon. Her devoted parents, Greg and Cammie Wilberger, had successfully instilled in her a deep, unwavering sense of responsibility and pure joy, important values that were clearly visible in her every single action, from selflessly volunteering at church events to enthusiastically cheering at her siblings' numerous soccer games. That summer, Brooke had returned home to her family in Oregon, eager to spend cherished time with her family members and to generously lend a helping hand wherever it was urgently needed. Her older sister, Stephanie Hansen, managed the quiet Oak Park Apartments alongside her husband, and Brooke had voluntarily offered to help out with some necessary outdoor maintenance tasks for the complex. It was a completely simple job to be done, cleaning the numerous lamp posts that were situated in the apartment complex's parking lot, wiping away the accumulated grime that had built up from the recent spring rains. The Oak Park Apartments were situated right on the peaceful edge of the Oregon State University campus, a bustling, busy area where students hurried to their numerous classes, and the familiar hum of campus life easily blended with the quiet, residential rhythm of the surrounding neighborhoods. Corvallis itself was exactly the kind of highly insulated college town that generally felt incredibly safe, seemingly protected from the harsher, dangerous edges of the outside world. It was a stable town of about 54,000 souls, nestled peacefully between the rolling, green hills and the majestic, distant Cascade Mountains. Families typically raised their children there without a second thought to any kind of real danger. Young women like Brooke routinely moved through their quiet daily lives with a powerful, unshakable trust in their immediate, safe surroundings. Brooke started her easy work around 10:30 a.m., her hands busy with a cleaning rag and a solution bottle, diligently scrubbing the posts. Her mind was likely innocently wandering to thoughts of her loving boyfriend, Justin Blake, who was currently serving a Mormon mission in far-off Venezuela. Their relationship was one of those pure, deeply enduring connections, maintained through carefully exchanged letters across vast continents and shared dreams and late-night phone calls before his physical departure. That specific morning, as she diligently scrubbed the lamp posts, she may have been quietly humming a familiar hymn, or simply planning out her relaxing afternoon, tragically unaware that her ordinary, predictable day was about to be instantly and violently shattered forever by a cold, external presence. By noon, a persistent sense of deep concern quickly began to noticeably ripple through the Hansen household inside the main apartment. Stephanie fully expected Brooke to join them for lunch at exactly 12 o'clock, but her younger sister did not appear at all. Stephanie quickly stepped outside onto the balcony, calling her sister's name loudly, her voice intensely carrying across the empty lot. There was no reply at all. Brooke's car sat completely untouched and perfectly still where she had left it, and her purse and car keys were found safely inside the apartment, exactly where she had left them. But chillingly, her flip-flops lay abandoned and completely alone near one of the cleaned lamp posts, looking strangely as if they had been violently kicked off in a sudden, panicked haste. A faint, chilling sense of profound unease instantly settled deep into Stephanie's chest. She quickly searched all the nearby apartment units, the laundry room, and then meticulously searched the very edges of the entire property, every imaginable place Brooke might have briefly wandered off to visit. But still, there was absolutely no sign of her sister anywhere. The two sisters were incredibly close, powerfully bonded by countless shared childhood memories and loving holiday feasts. And Stephanie knew in her heart that Brooke would absolutely never just simply vanish without first saying a single word to anyone. The immediate call to the Corvallis Police Department was quickly made shortly after noon. Lieutenant Ron Noble, a highly seasoned officer with a visibly calm demeanor that was expertly honed from many years on the police force, immediately took the urgent report. Normally, for a single missing adult like the 19-year-old Brooke, police policy would strongly advise the family to patiently wait a full 24 hours before reporting, as people frequently come and go without notice. But something profoundly unusual in Stephanie's frantic voice, the family's intense insistence that this bizarre incident was absolutely not like Brooke, immediately prompted the seasoned lieutenant to take instant, decisive action. Within only a few short hours, the quiet, unsuspecting parking lot was instantly and completely transformed into a highly active, intense hive of relentless police activity. Officers quickly cordoned off the entire crime area, immediately searching meticulously for any usable clues. A small footprint, a single discarded item, absolutely anything that could help. Numerous volunteers from the Wilberger family's LDS ward quickly mobilized in the neighborhood. Hundreds of deeply worried community members rapidly fanned out, searching relentlessly across all the nearby parks, on the extensive hiking trails, and along the entire Willamette River. Their faces were visibly etched with intense determination and quiet, desperate prayer for the missing girl. Word of the sudden vanishing quickly spread throughout Corvallis like a wildfire. Flyers bearing Brooke's photograph, featuring her warm, beautiful smile and those intense, bright blue eyes, suddenly appeared everywhere, instantly plastered on every lamp post, stuck inside every local store window, and placed on every campus bulletin board in the area. Missing Brooke Wilberger, the large headline read. The victim's description quickly became a desperate mantra for all the relentless searchers in the area. The national media quickly caught wind of the bizarre story, and it rapidly broke on local news, then quickly escalated to all the major national outlets. The intensely grieving Wilberger family, now anxiously gathered tightly inside their small Veneta home, desperately clung to every possible sliver of hope they could find. Cammie, Brooke's mother, a quiet woman of immense internal strength whose deep faith had always successfully carried her through life's previous trials, quickly organized numerous prayer vigils for the safe return of her daughter. Greg, Brooke's devoted father, a quiet provider who had lovingly taught all his children the crucial value of intense perseverance, patiently coordinated all the search efforts directly with the police, his voice somehow remaining steady and calm, even as intense, profound fear relentlessly gnawed deeply at his heart every hour. As the days painfully turned into numerous weeks, the massive, complex investigation deepened its focus. Detectives relentlessly canvassed the entire neighborhood, patiently interviewing numerous tenants who vaguely recalled hearing a terrifying scream at around 10:40 a.m. on that single morning. It was described as a sharp, high-pitched, piercing cry that briefly echoed before abruptly cutting off into silence. One local resident, quickly glancing out her apartment window, recalled clearly seeing a green minivan sitting quietly in the lot with its passenger doors mysteriously open, but she quickly thought absolutely nothing of the strange sight at the time. Other witnesses vaguely mentioned seeing a strange man asking for directions near the campus stadium, noting that his vehicle visually matched that specific green minivan description. The green van quickly became nothing more than a phantom element in the intense police investigation. As the tragic days painfully turned into numerous weeks, the intense emotional toll tragically mounted significantly upon the grieving Wilberger family. Cammie, Brooks' completely devoted mother, would agonizingly lie awake every single night, repeatedly replaying countless memories of Brooks' joyous laughter during their family dinners and her profound, intense enthusiasm for playing soccer. The entire Wilberger family, consisting of 3 sisters and 2 brothers, gathered constantly, sharing numerous loving stories to desperately keep Brooks' precious spirit vividly alive in their hearts. Justin, Brooks' loving boyfriend, immediately cut his overseas mission short upon hearing the tragic news of her disappearance, flying urgently back to Oregon to bravely stand with the family, his heart aching deeply with unspoken, tremendous grief. The massive, relentless search parties, slowly but inevitably began to greatly diminish in size and frequency as the summer heat slowly gave way to the cold, undeniable autumn weather. The persistent police detectives wisely shifted their primary focus, meticulously reviewing all the security surveillance footage they could gather from nearby businesses and carefully analyzing every piece of collected phone record data they could obtain. They actively pursued a persistent person of interest named Sung-Koo Kim, a local man with a documented criminal history of burglaries that specifically targeted women's underwear from college dormitories in the area. Multiple raids on Kim's various properties successfully uncovered numerous stolen items and deeply disturbing images on his personal computer, evidence that ultimately led to an 11-year prison sentence for burglary and theft. But tragically, his concrete alibis definitively cleared him in Brooks' perplexing missing person case, and the cold trail once again went completely cold for the persistent detectives. The entire local community, initially strongly united in a single hope for her safe return, slowly began to visibly fracture under the immense, crushing strain of total uncertainty. Countless tips poured into the police station, more than 3,000 by the year's end, but tragically, almost all of them led the police investigators absolutely nowhere useful. Brooks' sweet, familiar face, which was plastered prominently on numerous billboards and lampposts, slowly began to fade noticeably under the relentless weather's wear, serving as a heartbreaking, silent symbol of an incredibly complex, totally unsolved mystery. The family's emotional turmoil continued its relentless pressure on their daily lives. Brooks' siblings desperately leaned heavily upon each other for comfort, and her brother, Spencer, relentlessly scoured the massive, growing internet for any similar cold cases, his youthful optimism slowly but surely clashing violently with the harsh, cold reality of the situation. Then, tragically, 5 painful months after Brooks' inexplicable vanishing, a completely unrelated, brutal crime that occurred in a distant corner of the country would unknowingly intertwine with Brooks' tragic fate. On November 19, 2004, in Albuquerque, New Mexico, a young 22-year-old University of New Mexico foreign exchange student was walking to her parked car after finishing her night classes. The evening air was crisp and cool, and the dark parking lot was only dimly lit by a few streetlights. A strange man suddenly approached her quickly, brandishing a large knife, and forcefully compelled her into his easily recognizable green van. He quickly and violently bound her tightly with a shoestring, aggressively stripped her clothes off, and then brutally assaulted her inside the vehicle. But this incredibly brave victim fought back with everything she possessed, successfully breaking free from her restraints and desperately fleeing to immediate safety from the attacker. She later provided a remarkably detailed description of her attacker to the New Mexico police. A white male, appearing to be in his mid-30s, and driving a highly distinctive green minivan. Only a few short days later, she successfully identified her terrifying attacker from a formal police lineup. The man was identified as Joel Patrick Courtney, a 39-year-old local drifter who was originally from Portland, Oregon, possessing a long, complex rap sheet of criminal offenses that stretched back for multiple decades. Courtney's immediate arrest in Albuquerque instantly sent significant ripples directly throughout various law enforcement databases across the entire United States. Born in 1965 in the peaceful suburbs of Portland, Joel Courtney had endured a troubled childhood that was deeply marred by severe dysfunction and violence. His own sister later emotionally told the investigators that he had begun his persistent drug use at only 11 years old and was already deeply dabbling in dark Satanism by the young age of 15. Family lore included one harrowing, specific incident where his mother was tragically forced to physically strike him with a heavy clock to stop a violent attempted assault he was perpetrating on his own younger sibling. By the age of 19, he was formally convicted of a severe sexual abuse crime in Washington County, Oregon, a conviction for which he subsequently served a long, hard 9-year prison sentence. Following his release in the early 1990s, he quickly drifted between various jobs and locations, working as a deep-sea fisherman in Alaska, then a mechanic in sunny Florida, and finally a janitor in New Mexico. Interestingly, a DUI arrest from January 2004 ominously loomed over him, and he was formally supposed to appear in Lincoln County Court on May 24th, the very same fateful day that Brooke Wilberger inexplicably vanished. However, Courtney quickly called into the court, falsely claiming he was currently in Corvallis en route to Newport, Oregon. He never showed up for his court date that day. Corvallis police detectives, having been immediately alerted by the FBI's Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, VICAP, quickly noted the highly concerning similarities between the two separate cases. They noted the use of the distinctive green van, the specific targeting of young, vulnerable blonde women in various outdoor settings, and the general pattern of abduction. VCAP's behavioral profiles correctly flagged Courtney as a dangerous potential serial offender, successfully linking him to several other unsolved assaults that had occurred earlier in Oregon. Investigators quickly pulled all of Courtney's old records and officially confirmed that he had been physically present in the Willamette Valley region around May 2004, precisely when Brooke Wilberger vanished. Furthermore, his specific van visually matched the numerous witness descriptions of the mysterious green minivan that had been repeatedly spotted at the Oak Park Apartments that fateful morning. A valuable tip from a dedicated Oregon State University employee strongly solidified the police's suspicions. The employee recalled clearly seeing Courtney actively asking a female student for directions in the stadium parking lot, which was located just yards away from Brooke's Oak Park Apartments, and the employee successfully picked Courtney out from a formal police photo lineup. By August 2005, the serious charges against Joel Courtney rapidly mounted significantly. He was ultimately charged with 19 serious counts, which terrifyingly included aggravated murder, kidnapping, rape, sodomy, and sexual abuse. Despite the agonizing fact that no body had ever been found, the persistent prosecutors aggressively built a strong case that was entirely based on substantial circumstantial evidence against the drifter. The FBI successfully located Courtney's infamous green van in Washington state and quickly began to methodically dismantle the vehicle completely, piece by piece, for forensic analysis. In a high-tech lab located across the country, forensic technicians made a profound, definitive discovery that would blow the case wide open. They successfully found multiple gold strands of Brooke's hair, along with her verifiable DNA on a blanket and clear duct tape residue that was pulled from the interior of the vehicle. The meticulous forensic search of Joel Patrick Courtney's notorious green van was the final, undeniable scientific breakthrough in the complex case that had baffled investigators for over 5 agonizing years. In a high-tech lab across the country, forensic technicians made the final, definitive, powerful discovery. They successfully found multiple gold strands of Brooke's hair, along with her verifiable DNA on a blanket that was recovered from the interior of the vehicle. They also found clear duct tape residue that had been pulled from the vehicle's interior, all of which pointed directly to a violent abduction. Investigators soon realized that the initial unresolved contradiction of a silent vanishing had been solved by overwhelming scientific evidence that definitively proved a rapid, violent abduction had taken place. Witnesses later recalled seeing Courtney, who had posed as a delivery driver waving an envelope, attempting to lure Brooke closer to his van that morning. He had successfully blocked her in with the vehicle, and a large knife was flashing as he brutally grabbed her, forcing her immediately into the van at knife point. Tenants in the apartment complex heard a terrified scream and saw Brooks' flip-flops fly off as she violently struggled to resist her attacker. Bound tightly with duct tape, she was forcibly thrown into the vehicle, with the door slamming hard shut on her desperate cries. He then quickly drove her far away to the remote woods located outside of the quiet town. The dense, remote forest of the Coast Range rapidly swallowed the loud engine rumble of the van, successfully isolating them completely from the world. There, in terrifying isolation, he cruelly kept her alive for the entire night of May 24th, bound tightly and absolutely terrified inside the vehicle, treating her purely like cargo. Brooke, with her completely unyielding spirit and immense faith, must have desperately clung to any final hope, silently praying for rescue and drawing immediate strength from her powerful beliefs. But tragically, dawn on May 25th brought with it unimaginable horror for the young woman. Courtney sexually raped her, and when she bravely fought back, scratching, kicking, and resolutely refusing to yield to her attacker, he brutally bludgeoned her skull repeatedly with a large, heavy rock, instantly ending her precious young life in a final, vicious frenzy of pure violence. He then ruthlessly dumped her body into a shallow grave that he dug off an abandoned logging road located between Blitt and Wren. The deeply grieving family was forced to endure 5 long years of continuous emotional limbo, with numerous court dates constantly looming over them. The trial was formally set for February 2010, promising a grueling, horrifying public spectacle of forensic evidence and emotional testimony. The Wilbergers patiently prepared, their powerful faith tested severely but tragically unbroken by the ordeal. Cammie, her devoted mother, consistently spoke powerfully at the many public vigils, bravely stating, "We believe in miracles," even as the emotional iceberg of grief weighed incredibly heavy on her private life. But what nobody knew until the killer made a final, shocking deal was that the truth was buried deep in a remote forest. Then, on September 18th, 2009, a profound, shocking breakthrough unexpectedly arrived. Courtney's defense attorneys abruptly approached the determined prosecutors with a surprising, final offer. Courtney would finally confess completely to the murder and immediately reveal the exact location of Brooks' body in exchange for a mandatory sentence of life without parole. This crucial plea deal ensured no death penalty and immediately eliminated the possibility of endless legal appeals for the family. On September 21st, in Marion County Circuit Court, he formally pleaded guilty to aggravated murder. The complete, horrifying details of the crime poured out in chilling succession. The swift abduction, the subsequent 24 hours of constant captivity, the sexual assault, and the final, fatal bludgeoning with a large rock. Courtney then personally led the authorities directly to the precise site, a very remote spot located deep in the rugged Oregon Coast Range, where Brooks' precious, long-lost remains were successfully recovered over 5 agonizing years after that fateful May morning. The official announcement of the plea deal came at a large press conference held in Corvallis. Cammie bravely stood before the numerous microphones, her eyes visibly red but remarkably resolute in her faith. "It might be hard to understand, but we feel gratitude even to Mr. Courtney," she powerfully stated. "Justice is served. He will have no opportunity for parole," she firmly added, expressing the family's final, overwhelming relief. The Wilberger family described the final resolution as finally surfacing from the depths of a terrible ocean, a profound, bittersweet relief powerfully washing over them all. Courtney, who remained completely unrepentant to the bitter end, was officially sentenced to life imprisonment. He first finished his New Mexico sentence before Oregon's prison bars finally closed permanently on him. Joel Patrick Courtney is currently 60 years old, serving his mandatory life sentence with absolutely no possibility of parole at an Oregon state prison. The community slowly healed, and the parking lot at Oak Park became a place of quiet, simple reflection for all who knew her. The grieving Wilbergers bravely channeled all their immense pain into a strong, unwavering purpose, tirelessly advocating for critical missing persons awareness. Their truly heartbreaking story remains a potent, cautionary tale about the immense danger of true vulnerability, even in supposedly safe havens. Brooks' enduring legacy continues to live on, remembered not for the horror of her final end, but for the beautiful, strong light she consistently brought to everyone who truly loved her. Her ring, her sweet smile, her final choice to always choose the right, these powerful memories remained, permanently etching her spirit into countless hearts forever. The long search for a murderer who was hiding in plain sight ended with a final twist of arrogance. But what happened in the Bavarian Alps 3 years before Brooke's disappearance was an unresolved contradiction of identity that took 2 years to solve. On the foggy morning of November 6, 2001, a local driver found a woman's body lying almost naked and horribly mutilated on a remote road near Garmisch-Partenkirchen. The body had been run over repeatedly to ensure no one could recognize her face, and no identification was found anywhere near the scene, leaving investigators asking, how could a brutally murdered woman with no purse or clothing completely vanish from the world without anyone, anywhere, reporting her missing for over 2 long years? The tragic discovery of the brutally murdered woman on the remote Bavarian Alpine road would ultimately trigger a massive, sprawling international investigation, a difficult 2-year manhunt that would slowly unravel a completely shocking tale of intense double lives, profound maternal betrayal, shattered daughterly trust, and a cold killer who was successfully hiding behind the most charming and devastating of simple smiles. For a very long time, in the beginning of the investigation, the victim was simply and sadly known only as the nameless woman from the Alpine Road. The initial, immediate moments of the complex investigation were a complete study in controlled professional chaos for the German authorities. German investigators quickly descended upon the remote scene, their professional, methodical, calm standing in stark, direct contrast to the extreme brutality they were immediately forced to document. The victim's body itself tragically told a horrific, final story of a desperate, violent struggle. Her wrists and arms were visibly marked with multiple, clear defensive wounds. Furthermore, deep, clear tire tracks were unequivocally visible directly across her torso, providing immediate evidence of the killer's intention. The skilled coroner would later formally confirm that she had been brutally subjected to extreme violence, most likely while completely unconscious, multiple times before her death, an act designed to obliterate her identity. It was a deliberate, violent act of annihilation that was calculated solely to obliterate her actual identity completely from the world. There were absolutely no clothes, no purse, and no formal identification found anywhere near her body at the remote scene. The methodical killer had successfully stripped her not only of her precious life, but also of her real, official name. The only single, personal effect successfully recovered at the terrible scene was a single, lone earring that was tragically found lying in the debris close by. This small, tiny, single glinting clue was all the police had to work with in the vast emptiness of absolutely no information. A subsequent detailed autopsy quickly revealed more profound fragments of her personal story. She had died only hours earlier from massive internal bleeding caused by severe blunt force trauma. The autopsy also revealed definitively that she had been a mother, having clearly given birth at least once in her life. Forensic analysis further suggested that she had been recently sexually active shortly before her brutal death, although it was completely impossible to definitively determine if this interaction was fully consensual or not. Initially, her age was definitively estimated by the forensic team to be relatively young, somewhere between 25 and 30 years old. This specific age detail would later tragically prove to be a significant miscalculation by the team, one that would immediately send the early investigation spiraling down a frustratingly incorrect and ultimately fruitless path for almost 2 full years. Just a few short meters away from where the body tragically lay, a vigilant passerby made another crucial discovery that very same foggy morning. They found a plastic bag that was intentionally discarded along the isolated riverbank area. Inside the bag, neatly folded and placed, was a complete set of visibly expensive Italian lingerie, specifically a bra, panties, and stockings. The prominent labels inside the garments were clearly Italian. This single discovery was the very first concrete geographical link the police had, a small, hopeful thread that pointed directly to the south of Europe. With this valuable, singular clue, an immediate, complex international investigation was rapidly and formally born. German police authorities quickly assembled a specialized commission, a dedicated, intense team tasked with the seemingly utterly impossible job of definitively giving a real name back to this terrifying, anonymous ghost. They immediately began by widely casting a wide search net, meticulously reviewing all missing person reports starting in Germany, and then quickly expanding their urgent search to Italy, Austria, Switzerland, and then eventually a total of 45 other countries. Hundreds of names and numerous faces tragically passed before their relentless eyes, each one representing a true story of a grieving family's worry and profound loss. But tragically, absolutely none of them matched the nameless woman who lay in their morgue. She was completely a ghost in every single official police database they checked. DNA swabs were meticulously taken from directly beneath her fingernails by the forensic team, and this testing successfully revealed the definite presence of male DNA, which was almost certainly that of her cold-blooded killer. But when this male DNA sample was then actively run through all the massive international criminal databases, it tragically yielded absolutely no immediate hits. It was a complete mystery, almost as if both the brutally murdered woman and the specific man who callously killed her had never once officially existed in any known capacity anywhere in the world. Frustrated, but deeply undeterred by the total lack of clues, the German investigators bravely turned to science and art in a profound attempt to finally give her a definitive face. They formally commissioned a crucial, forensic facial reconstruction. Artists and anthropologists worked tirelessly and meticulously, expertly using the exact structure of her recovered skull to painstakingly sculpt a detailed likeness of her face. They artistically added lines of experience and even an imagined hairstyle, successfully bringing to life a woman with a calm, seemingly steady gaze. This meticulously reconstructed face was then widely broadcast on numerous television programs and was prominently printed in all major newspapers across both Italy and Germany. The profound hope was simply and desperately clear. Someone, somewhere in the world, must certainly recognize her true face. Tragically, the desperate plea was only met with a deep, prolonged silence from the public. Weeks painfully bled into numerous months, and the cold trail grew completely colder with every single passing day. The initial, estimated age of 25 to 30 had tragically yielded absolutely nothing useful to the search. Amidst the mounting police frustration, the entire German team began to seriously question absolutely everything, including their own initial forensic assessment of the body. They formally ordered a second, independent analysis of the recovered remains. This time, a completely different forensic specialist came back quickly with a brand new, shocking conclusion. The brutally murdered woman was conclusively not in her 20s or early 30s at all, but was instead much more likely in her mid-40s, closer to 45 years old. This incredible finding was a huge shift, a 16-year gap that immediately opened up a whole new, desperate range of possibilities for the entire investigation. Yet, even with this heavily revised, accurate age, the numerous missing person reports around the world tragically remained stubbornly and completely empty in the databases. By August 2002, a full 9 months after the nameless body had been tragically found, the official Italian task force that had been kindly assisting the frustrated Germans was reluctantly disbanded. The cold case was then officially handed over to only a small cadre of just 3 dedicated Italian detectives, who quickly refused to let the profound case go completely unsolved. The nameless woman, with her expensive dental work and visibly well-groomed appearance, had quickly become more than just a massive file. She was a terrible, haunting presence in their profound daily thoughts. Her sudden disappearance without anyone reporting her missing remained a frustrating riddle that tragically defied all normal police logic for the investigators. The single most promising clue they possessed, the only tiny thread that might successfully unravel the entire complex mystery, was an item that had been initially completely overlooked in the initial, immediate chaos. Her unique jacket. It was discovered to be an elegant, custom-made, and highly exclusive piece of clothing. Inside, there was a visible tag from a very small Italian fashion house that was notably known only for its extremely limited production runs. Investigators quickly learned that only a total of 14 jackets of that specific, unique design had ever been successfully made or sold. This specific jacket was truly a unique key to the entire case. However, trying to legally get the crucial lock to finally turn proved to be an unexpected, massive bureaucratic nightmare for the police. When the persistent German police urgently contacted the Italian company that had originally manufactured the unique jacket, they were immediately met with a frustrating and unyielding wall of resistance. The company completely refused to openly share its necessary customer records with the foreign police, citing strict privacy concerns as their reason. Frustratingly, the German investigators possessed absolutely no legal jurisdiction in Italy and simply could not obtain a search warrant on their own personal authority. They patiently needed their Italian counterparts to formally act, but the incredibly overwhelmed Italian police force initially declined to pursue a warrant, as they did not view the small jacket as an absolute priority at the time. A full year was agonizingly wasted and passed in this legal state of professional limbo. Finally, in late October 2003, after relentless and continuous petitioning, the determined German authorities finally succeeded in legally persuading the Italian judiciary to act. A formal warrant was finally issued by the court. Italian police quickly raided the designer's workshop in Bologna, but what they tragically found was a profound, crushing disappointment to all involved. The company's numerous records were tragically disorganized. There were no specific purchase receipts, no original invoices, and no distribution logs found at all for that specific jacket. It sadly seemed that all the pieces were either secretly stolen or sold anonymously for untraceable cash. Just as profound despair began to finally set in and paralyze the investigation, fate immediately intervened in the powerful form of a single, completely unexpected phone call. An observant employee of the small fashion house, who had recently seen the forensic reconstructed image of the woman on a major crime television show, immediately contacted the police department. She clearly remembered a crucial, small detail. 9 of the 14 unique jackets had been urgently sent to a specific, high-end boutique located in Bologna. This single, valuable clue was the complete breakthrough the police team had been desperately praying for years. Detectives immediately descended rapidly upon the Bologna boutique, meticulously sifting through years of dusty, old records. They successfully traced the sales of those 9 unique jackets. 7 of the jackets had been purchased with untraceable cash, leaving absolutely no clue. But 2 of the jackets had been successfully bought with clear credit cards. One card quickly led them to a man from Sardinia, who was rapidly located and officially cleared. The critical second credit card belonged to a woman named Elizabeth Landsman, a Dutch-born jewelry dealer. After over 2 years of relentless, agonizing searching, they finally and definitively had a real name. The Italian police quickly and successfully traced Elizabeth's last known residence to Pescara, a city located on the Adriatic coast of Italy. Neighbors vaguely recalled her, but noted they hadn't seen her physically in maybe 2 or 3 years. The only definite sign of life at her old apartment was the occasional, brief visit from her adult daughter, who would only stop by to collect the constantly overflowing mail from the mailbox. More deeply concerning details immediately emerged in a confusing flurry for the police. Elizabeth had a formerly estranged husband, a 58-year-old engineer who lived in Bologna. Furthermore, their adult daughter, Eleonora, was currently a dentistry student at Pescara in 2001 and lived in a nearby town. The police quickly compiled everything they had collected: the confirmed name, the verifiable address, and the complete family details, and urgently sent the massive file to their counterparts in Germany. Then came the definitive moment that permanently changed absolutely everything in the cold case. Attached to the rapid digital transmission from Italy was a scanned, clear copy of Elizabeth Landsman's official passport photo. When the lead German investigator finally opened the large file, he simply stared blankly at his computer screen in complete, stunned silence and shock. The haunting face staring right back at him was nearly identical to the forensic reconstruction they had initially commissioned years earlier. It was her. There was absolutely no lingering doubt. The collective weight of that profound moment, the immense sense of final justice and deep closure, would visibly stay with the entire German team for the rest of their impressive careers. The terrifying ghost of Garmisch was now definitively Elizabeth Landsmann, and the urgent hunt for her brutal killer could finally and decisively begin in earnest. The investigation's primary focus immediately shifted from simple identification to formal homicide. Her husband was quickly summoned for immediate questioning, and upon being shown the terrible post-mortem photographs, he broke down, weeping hysterically as he immediately recognized the woman he had once truly loved. He then confessed that Elizabeth had emotionally grown distant and, in late 2001, had quietly told both him and their daughter that she was permanently leaving to simply start a new life. She had then sent only a few cryptic postcards from abroad and abruptly vanished. Convinced she had completely abandoned him, and deeply ashamed to publicly admit it, he had deliberately lied to all his friends and neighbors, falsely telling them she had actually passed away. The husband's visible grief seemed completely genuine, and most importantly, his own DNA definitively did not match the specific male sample that was successfully recovered from beneath Elizabeth's fingernails at the crime scene. The investigators quickly concluded that while the husband's actions were peculiar and suspicious, he was conclusively not the killer. The police now knew the true identity of the woman who had tragically vanished, but what nobody knew was that her own daughter's fiancé was the killer, and he would commit one more unimaginable act to hide the initial crime. Elizabeth was formally described to police as a loving mother to her daughter, Eleonora, a bright, 22-year-old dentistry student to whom she was very close. Eleonora had gone to her mother's apartment in late October 2001 and found it tragically empty, with only a vague letter stating that Elizabeth urgently needed distance and wanted to completely start over. In her intense distress, Eleonora turned to the one person she emotionally trusted completely in the world, her supportive, charming fiancé, Francesco Alfinetti. He immediately comforted her, constantly reassuring her that her mother was simply overwhelmed and would quickly return when she was completely ready. But when Elizabeth's old mobile phone, which had been unreachable since her tragic disappearance in 2001, suddenly mysteriously turned up in the hands of another woman who was actually Francesco's wife in southern Italy, the entire case rapidly blew wide open. Francesco, the devoted fiancé of the victim's daughter, was suddenly and directly tied to Elizabeth's final moments. Investigators quickly discovered the numerous complex layers of his elaborate deception. He was officially a married man with 3 children, a fact his wife openly knew. But she was completely and totally unaware of his entire other life, his formal engagement to Eleonora in Pescara. The truth, however, was shockingly even darker than anyone could possibly have imagined. Francesco was immediately named the prime, sole suspect in her mother's horrific murder. Police theorized he had been secretly involved in a clandestine, intimate affair with Elizabeth, Eleonora's mother, while simultaneously being engaged to the daughter. The dynamic rapidly shifted when Elizabeth suddenly received a large, significant inheritance from her own father. She quickly entrusted Francesco with a significant sum of 150,000 euros as an important personal investment for his venture. Police believed that, during their final meeting, Elizabeth urgently demanded her money back from him, a large sum that Francesco had absolutely no intention of returning, having already completely spent it. The confrontation rapidly turned violent, and in a terrifying fit of rage, determined to keep the large sum of money, he murdered her and ran over her body repeatedly to completely obscure her identity from the authorities. For the next 2 long years, Francesco calmly continued his elaborate charade, expertly playing the loving role of the devoted fiancé to Eleonora, completely comforting the daughter of the woman he had personally murdered. But once the German investigators finally identified Elizabeth's body and the trail of evidence led directly to his front door, he instantly knew the devastating truth was finally closing in on him. When he learned that his fiancée, Eleonora, was formally scheduled for a police interview, He knew instinctively that she was the one person who could completely expose all of his dark secrets. And so, in what the police were completely convinced was a staged, fake suicide, Francesco brutally murdered Eleonora as well, quickly silencing the final, critical witness to his initial crime. Elizabeth was tragically gone, Eleonora was tragically gone, and Francesco was the only remaining person left alive to explain exactly what had truly happened. Francesco Alfinetti subsequently faced trial for the murder of Elizabeth Landsman in 2007. Prosecutors laid out their complete, meticulously reconstructed chronology. The secret affair, the profound financial motive, the 150,000 euros, Elizabeth's ultimatum, the final violent act, and the calculated mutilation of her corpse. The overwhelming evidence and witness testimony regarding his astonishing double life were simply too much for the jury to ignore. They found him definitively guilty and formally sentenced him to life imprisonment. While he was serving his initial sentence for Elizabeth's murder, Italian authorities reopened the tragic case of Eleonora's death in 2009. In 2011, prosecutors formally brought Francesco to trial once more, and this time, they successfully convinced the Italian court that Eleonora's death could absolutely not have been a spontaneous suicide, and that Francesco had indeed coldly murdered her specifically to completely cover up his original crime. He received an additional, second life sentence, to be legally served consecutively to his first. The man who had successfully built his entire life on numerous complex deceptions was finally and permanently exposed as the ruthless, cold killer of both a trusting mother and her own daughter. Francesco Alfinetti's final sentence included absolutely no possibility of parole. He would justly spend the remainder of his natural life confined within a prison cell, a solitary place where his once powerful charm and smooth lies held absolutely no legal or emotional power over anyone. The initial investigation that began with a nameless, brutalized body on a remote, misty alpine road had finally and successfully ended with the definitive unmasking of a vicious, cold-blooded monster. 2 complete lives were senselessly stolen from the world, a loving family was utterly destroyed forever, and a third life was justly reduced to a cold, stark, isolated cell. That complex case proved that betrayal can hide behind a fiancé's smile. But what happened in Philadelphia, just a year before Elizabeth's body was identified, created an unresolved contradiction of bizarre, cryptic communication. Kata Scott, a 23-year-old beauty queen and ambitious nursing student, suddenly vanished on October 4, 2025, after leaving her night shift at a Chestnut Hill assisted living facility. Her car, keys, and purse were left behind in the lot, but her glasses, phone case, and bank card were found scattered nearby. Phone records immediately led police to a man named Kian King, with one disturbing text message sent to him reading, "Kidnap me again." A completely baffling message, leaving investigators asking, how could a victim be involved in seemingly playful, cryptic banter about a prior kidnapping with the man who is now the prime suspect in her sudden, violent murder? Kata Scott, the young woman who was 23 years old and possessing a smile that could truly disarm the most hardened of hearts, was an ambitious nursing student in Philadelphia. Her demanding days were a complete whirlwind of intensive clinical rotations and heavy textbooks, while her many nights were often spent working at the terrace. This assisted living facility was nestled quietly in the peaceful, leafy neighborhood of Chestnut Hill. Kata was a profound study in dramatic contrasts. She was a beauty queen whose natural elegance and visible poise had successfully won her numerous accolades, yet she also possessed a genuine, deep humility that made her incredibly kind and universally approachable to everyone. She was fiercely driven by a deep-seated, powerful desire to genuinely care for and ultimately heal the elderly. But there was always a profound, disturbing shadow that continuously danced right at the very edges of Kata's visibly bright world. It was a closely guarded secret that only actively lived in the form of cryptic, strange messages constantly appearing on her personal phone, and only in the hushed, deeply worried tones of her voice whenever she spoke about someone who was aggressively harassing her. The quiet, unsuspecting terrace, a location of absolute care and immense safety, was ironically the last place she was ever definitively seen alive. The entire city of Philadelphia was a complex creature of many unpredictable moods, a sprawling beast of brick and steel that could easily be a true cradle of immense dreams one moment and tragically transform into a deep, dark cavern of nightmares the very next. The night of October 4th, 2025, began for Kata just like any other predictable shift. The evening air felt crisp with the promise of autumn, and the quiet sky was a large canvas of deep, rich indigo. Kata calmly arrived at the terrace for her scheduled 10 p.m. shift, pulling her small, familiar car into its usual designated spot in the facility's parking lot. She confidently walked into the main building, her cheerful, polite greeting echoing loudly in the quiet, long halls, and immediately began her nightly work caring for the residents. But something deeply unsettling was noticeably different that specific night. A palpable, intense tension seemed to noticeably stir quickly within her, a visible, deep restlessness that was incredibly uncharacteristic of the usually composed, calm young woman. Only a brief 20 minutes into her scheduled shift, she was inexplicably gone from the facility. She had simply walked right out of the terrace and directly into the waiting, surrounding darkness, leaving behind only a half-finished cup of coffee and a handful of thoroughly bewildered colleagues. Her worried family grew quickly concerned when she failed to return home the very next morning. Repeated calls to her personal phone immediately went completely unanswered by her. A profound knot of deep fear began to quickly tighten in their chests, a terrible, chilling premonition that something profoundly wrong had tragically occurred. They quickly reported her as officially missing, and the determined Philadelphia police immediately began their urgent search operations. The very first visible clues were immediately found near her workplace. Her car was still conspicuously parked in the lot, serving as a silent testament to her last known official whereabouts. But scattered nearby, like bizarre breadcrumbs deliberately left in a dark fairy tale, were several of her important personal belongings, specifically her glasses, a cell phone case, a distinctive iPad case, and a bank card. This disturbing discovery instantly sent a fresh, powerful wave of deep terror through her already grieving family. It chillingly felt as if she had been violently snatched from her ordinary life, leaving behind only these small, heartbreaking, visible remnants. The entire police investigation quickly and intensely focused on one specific name, Kian King, a 21-year-old male with a deeply troubled, visible past and a documented history of outright violence. Phone records immediately revealed the extremely troubling, key fact that Kata had been in direct contact with King in the crucial hours immediately leading up to her sudden, inexplicable disappearance. The complex text messages exchanged between them were found to be a deeply disturbing mixture of the seemingly sinister and the outwardly playful. In one particular message, Kata had mysteriously written to King, "Kidnap me again." King's disturbing, alleged reply was a terrifyingly casual, "Better be up, too." But what nobody knew, until the police reviewed the suspect's background, was that the cryptic text may have referred to a prior, unrelated incident. The police quickly discovered that King had been arrested much earlier in the year on eerily similar, severe charges. He had allegedly abducted and sexually assaulted another woman, a severe case that had been strongly supported by clear video evidence and serious allegations of intense strangulation. Tragically, the legal case had been completely dropped when the victim and a key witness unexpectedly failed to appear in court for the proceedings. Now, with Kata's recent, sudden disappearance under intense investigation, that earlier, unprosecuted case was being urgently reopened and reviewed by the police. The terrifying specter of a dangerous predator who had been wrongfully allowed to walk completely free, only to tragically and inevitably strike again, immediately cast a long, extremely chilling shadow over the entire confused city. The police remained completely relentless in their focused pursuit of King's actions. They successfully tracked all his movements, quickly piecing together a continuous timeline of his activities that night. They found his registered Toyota Camry, abandoned at an apartment complex in the East Falls neighborhood. But they also found something else, something incredibly definitive that would turn the investigative tide completely. A clear, grainy surveillance footage video. The video clearly showed two figures in the dead of the dark night, their faces intentionally obscured by the pervasive darkness. They were clearly seen actively taking a large, visibly heavy object from a vehicle and physically carrying it directly into a quiet wooded area that was located behind the vacant Ada Lewis Middle School in East Germantown. The size and the specific shape of the heavy object seen on the video were highly consistent with that of a human body. The distinct vehicle, the detectives noted with a terrible, growing sense of dread, was undeniably King's Toyota. On October 15th, King was immediately arrested by the police. The initial legal charges filed against him were severe: kidnapping, false imprisonment, and stalking. But only 3 days later, on October 18th, a critical anonymous tip finally came into the police department. The mysterious caller directed the police investigators urgently to a quiet wooded area near the former Ada Lewis Middle School. There, in a completely shallow grave, intentionally hidden beneath a thick blanket of earth and leaves, the police tragically found human remains. The city waited collectively in hushed, tense anticipation as the medical examiner's office tirelessly worked to definitively identify the body. On Monday, the terrible news that everyone had feared in their hearts was formally confirmed by the authorities. The recovered human remains belonged tragically and undeniably to Kata Scott. Her bright, vibrant young life, filled with so much promise, was suddenly and brutally extinguished in the most terrible and completely senseless way imaginable. The medical examiner's final report was a brutally stark and terrifying confirmation of the horror that had befallen her. Kata had tragically died from a definitive gunshot wound to the head. Her untimely death was immediately and officially ruled a horrific homicide. The charges against King were subsequently and immediately upgraded to include murder, along with a litany of numerous other serious offenses, including robbery, theft, abuse of a corpse, and conspiracy. The investigation was still far from completely over, as the grainy surveillance footage had clearly shown two people carrying the heavy object. The police remain intensely determined to definitively find out if King had secretly acted completely alone, or if he had possessed an accomplice in the cold murder. The heartbroken family of Kata Scott was left only with painful memories and the ghost of her once radiant smile. Her tragic story touched a raw, exposed nerve in the city, a profound, collective fear of the absolute darkness that consistently lurks just beyond the deceptively safe edges of our ordinary, daily lives. The truth about the contradiction lies in the fact that Kata was the perfect victim for King's violent history, a cruel pattern that the legal system had tragically allowed to continue. Her life was a tragic testament to the light she brought into the world, a powerful light that even the deepest of shadows could never fully extinguish. The legal process against King would be long and incredibly arduous, but her memory will live on, a poignant, powerful call for final justice. Thank you for staying with me through this long journey of stories, for listening all the way to the very end of this collection. If you haven't already, please do subscribe to the channel, drop a comment letting me know your final thoughts on the cases, and most importantly, remember to please take care of each other out there in the world. The rain is still falling steadily outside right now, steady and cold against the glass. There's always another terrifying story waiting for us out there in the immense darkness. Leave a light on tonight.